Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Tennessee versus Blaise Taylor. We are in day 7. The state has rested, as we know. The defense put on their case yesterday. I believe they have at least one more witness. So promises to be another exciting, explosive, fireworks in the courtroom kind of day. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started.
I've been locked up with my fear, been lost in all these years. You're cute but not that cute, and I feel like I'm losing it. You know, it was never good enough, I know, but I can't get you on my mind. I need you here to keep me safe. 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 It's already nightfall, time to let you go. Words floating through the window, I still love you so. You know, you were never good enough, I know, but I can get you off my mind.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How's everybody doing today? Day 7. Day 7. Pretty sure the defense is going to rest today. They said they had 10 witnesses, and they are on witness number 9. However, one was not allowed to testify. Dr. Mario San Bartolome. So I think they're only going to have one more witness. So how is everybody doing? You know, actually, they have courts. Let me get you into court. And let's get you into court. They're not, they have a feed, but there's no, they haven't started yet. So don't worry. They have not started yet. But we can watch them milling about. All right, welcome in, everybody. Who is with us today? We've got Tammy and KS, Camilla, Kathy Davis, Kimbers, Crazy Mary Fitz. Good morning to you all. Tattooed Tech, hello, hello. Good to see you. Sally Strong, good morning. William, good to see you. I know it's hot. I know it's hot for a lot of you. I know it's hot for a lot of you right now in the Northeast and Midwest. Debbie, good to see you again. Crazy Mary Fitz coming in and dancing. Tattoo you. Green-eyed cat, hello. Elaine, good morning. Great Gams, good to see you. Let's see, Ambi, good to see you. Who else do we have here with us? Elaine. Scent Bunny, hello, welcome in. Hey Beck, how are you? Let's see. Let me get more up. Hey, Brown-Eyed Girl, good to see you. Horse Welfare, good morning and welcome in. Sherry, good to see you. Selena K, hello, hello. Glee Roll, good to see you. Looking forward to today's heated exchanges between the judge and defense attorneys. Every day there is one. Glad you survived the 24 hours, Sherry. Crazier Cat, Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Rock and Roll. Bad Tazzy, Pretty Chick, welcome in, guys. Dragonflies, hello, hello. Auntie Ree, good to see you. Pammy, yes, you get to be with us fine people. Great to see you. Hey, Brett, how are you? Anna, good to see you. JMS. CJ says, good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Deviant. Heidi, how are you? Maybe Blaise has a not blue jacket on. No, I think he's wearing blue again. Nick Wilson, member for 1 month. Thank you. Thank you, Nick, for your patronage for 1 month. Hey, Downey Lynn, I hope you're feeling better. Heidi, good to see you. Gordon, hello, hello. Welcome in. All right, Kathleen. Black Queen Nubia, good morning from Nashville. Hey, Kitten, how are you? Hoping my garden survives the heat wave. Yeah, it's pretty hot for a lot of you guys. Betsy needs coffee. Hello. Skrubnik, good to see you. Jane Dixon, Katrina, Denise, great to see you guys. Ionine, thank you so much for joining us, you guys. Sally Strong, yes, it's hot. Thunderstorms evening or afternoon, yeah. Iowa Backyard Cam, no, we just started. You're all good. Hey, Terry, welcome in. All right, so we are in day 7. The defense says they have 10 witnesses and they are currently on number 9. And we were talking a lot last night. And Brett actually came up, one of our fantastic mods came up with, I mean, it's kind of obvious, but he really put a fine point on it. If the defense is going out of, making great lengths to show, what a bad girl Jade was, right? She was doing mushrooms, she was smoking pot, all this stuff, right? She's an alcoholic, she's drinking. There was not one mention of her blood alcohol content. There was not one mention of her blood alcohol content. So if she indeed was drinking alcohol and doing these illegal substances on her own, she would have had a blood alcohol content level, right? She would have probably been 1 point, right? She would have probably been over the legal limit of 0.08. So that's just something to think about when you guys are like thinking, she was drinking or her drink was spiked. How could she not have tasted the drink? There was nothing in her. There was no blood alcohol content. So just kind of think about that. The defense absolutely would have said something about that. Debbie, thank you so much, because they're going to great lengths to show what a bad girl she was and this and that. So that's just something to think about. So absolutely, kudos to Brat for bringing that back full circle for me at least. Hey Lori, how are you? Welcome in. So no blood alcohol content level. Defense definitely would have been all over that. So her drink was spiked, but it was not spiked with alcohol. The alcohol came from a chemical reaction within her body. It did not come from, it seems like it did not come from her drinking alcohol, because there was no alcohol found in her body. Let's see. Yes, absolutely. That she did not test for THC either. That's a very, very good point. And that lasts for 30 days, 28, 25, 6 days, whatever it is. I mean, it lasts. THC lasts in your system for a long time. So there's no THC in her system, and there was no blood alcohol. Her blood alcohol content level there was none. So that now has me switched over. Like at first I'm like, wow, I don't think I'm on the fence about guilt, but now I'm like, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Because if she wasn't drinking, she wasn't smoking, she's not what the defense is painting her out to be. So now I'm like, I gotta rethink this. So anyway, those were the thoughts that I was musing. And Brat and Horse Welfare and Green-Eyed Cat, Aussie Gardner, everybody, good vibes. Everybody was offering some really good, Joanne Jedi Platypus, Jenny G, everybody, all of our mods were talking backstage, if you will. And it's really something to think about. No blood alcohol content, no THC. So somebody put this in her drink without her knowing it. So who was that somebody? Who was that somebody? Right now, it's all kind of pointing towards Blaise. It's all kind of pointing towards Blaise. Brown-eyed girl, good to see you. Heidi, the state needs a good closing argument. Auntie Ree, I can't believe they're getting to drag the victim like this. No, it is what it is. That's what they do. Pammy, Aaron, it's maddening how they are disparaging Jade. I mean, that's what defense does. I'm not faulting them. I know it's upsetting to some of you guys. I mean, to me, it goes in one ear out the other. To me, I'm like, yeah, they're just doing their job. This is what they do. This is what they do. They have to, shift the blame off of their client. So I don't fault them for doing their job. And it's up to the jury ultimately to decide if the state has met their burden. Yesterday I was like, I still am not seeing 100%, so that's doubt. But also, Aaron and I were talking a lot about this. We have seen case after case after case. The last person to see somebody alive is usually the suspect and usually gets convicted. We've seen circumstantial evidence where people have been convicted on less than this. So Blaise was the last person to see Jade alive. The first person to call 911. So generally, it's the last person that is the last person that sees you alive. You're a suspect, which is why he's the prime suspect. He was the last one to see Jade alive. That's just the way it works. We've seen case after case after case like that. I'd be interested to see what the lesser includeds are, because Zarius Hildebrand, he was, in my opinion, just flat out guilty. And it was, and they found him guilty on a lesser included. They found him guilty of second degree instead of first degree. So they bought into his story of like, I guess, he was drunk and he didn't know what he was doing. So they kind of bought into that. But with Blaise, it doesn't seem like he's going to take the stand. I don't think he's going to take the stand because they have not said one thing about him taking the stand. So I don't think he's going to take the stand. I don't think he has anything to gain by taking the stand. Yes, of course, we'd love to hear his side of things, but we pretty much have heard his side of things in the sense of, he thought she had an allergic reaction. We heard Nijaya talk, we heard Jade's last words, if you will. Right, not just last, but for 90 minutes. That is true, Brett. That is very true. Yeah, from 8 o'clock until 9:28. So basically 90 minutes, an hour and a half. They were together. And her last photo on her phone was at 9:10. She was taking selfies. She was taking pictures of the painting. She was taking pictures of them, doing basically kind of kissing each other, being all sweet with each other. She took pictures of the progression of their night, and I think 9:10 was the last photo on her phone, and then at 9:29, she's calling her friend, And that's the other thing of like, she called Nijaya and she's like, "What did you put in my drink?" And Nijaya's like, "Are you talking to me?" So. And you could absolutely look at that two sides of a coin. If you're on Team Jade, you're saying, well, she called her best friend as a witness to say, I'm talking to Blaise, and she wanted her to witness it. If you're on Team Blaise, then you're saying, oh, she called her best friend to say, what did you put in my drink? So on that point, that could definitely be, that cuts both ways, in my opinion. You can make an argument both ways. Why didn't she call 911? I don't necessarily think I'd call 911. I'd say, wow, I'm not feeling well. I'm not going to call 911. I'd probably call my best friend. I'd probably call my best friend, especially who was just there. I would not call 911. That's just me. Maybe you would. Maybe you would call 911. I wouldn't. I would just be like, "Ooh, I'm not feeling good." I'd call my friend who literally was there an hour and a half ago, and ask, what's going on. And maybe she did say, "What did you put in my drink?" But she was directing it at Blaise. So again, that cuts both ways. So I would not call 911. That's just me personally. Hey, Seashell, how are you? I9, there being a baby involved in this and Apple's testimony about his prior actions makes me think the jury isn't going to just let him off free unless the defense really puts it together today. Heidi, I'm pretty sure he did not want a baby. Yeah, that's kind of coming across. Yes, he got a monthly subscription to diapers, but that was January 10th. This happened February 25th, I think. Was it 25th? That's February 25th. So January 10th to February 25th. That's a long time to think about your life. And he said he was telling Jade, your life is going to change. Your life is going to change. You will no longer have the life that you have right now. And I'm sure he's thinking about that too. Hey, Honey Badger, how are you? Good morning to you. BB Card King, terrible job by the investigators. They left many wide open loopholes by their shoddy investigation. All right, seems like Judge might be coming up. Selena K, awesome, 17 months. Thank you so much. Sending out good vibes to everyone. And even though we might be split on where we stand with his guilt or innocence, I still ask that you guys please maintain respect and courtesy to each other. Let's not, no need to bully anybody. No, we know you have your opinion. You don't need to beat us over the head with it. So let's just remember to be courteous and respectful to each other. I know we have different opinions out there. Let's let the process play out and let the jury decide what the jury decides. We do not need to convince anybody in chat one way or the other. You have your opinion, I have mine, and let's just leave it at that. All right, so I'm suspecting the judge will be on the bench any minute now. Hey, JPC, how are you? And yes, Auntie Ree, she was the middleman. She wasn't dealing herself. Danny was was her connection. She was getting stuff for her coworkers. She was not buying stuff for herself. Again, THC would have been noted in her system, so she clearly was not smoking. If she was drinking, her blood alcohol level would have shown something, and that didn't come back. So the defense would have made a big deal about that because they've been making a big deal about this cocoethylene, but nothing about the blood alcohol content. So again, these are things you have to think about. If you want to throw her under the bus and say she was a bad girl, no THC, no blood alcohol content. She wasn't drinking and she wasn't smoking. Hey, Joy, how are you? Welcome in. P. Joyner, how are you? Do you think the lead defender has been doing a good job? I know a lot of you don't like her, Miss Hollins, Keones Hollins. And then you also have Joshua Brand. I think I like Joshua a little bit better. I like his approach a little bit better. But that's just me. I like that approach versus I feel Letitia's a little bit more aggressive, which is her style, and it is what it is. I don't mind if I was in Blaise's position, I would want Letitia. I think she's doing everything she can for her client. She's fighting a good fight. I do think there was some shadiness on her part where she was trying to put words in certain witnesses' mouths, and she got called out on that. But we've seen that before, so there's nothing new with that. I don't necessarily agree with that tactic, but we've seen it before, so I can't particularly say. I I don't like it. Let me just put it that way. I don't like it, but I've seen it before. So I'm not going to, I think she's doing, again, if I was Blaise, I would want somebody with her tenacity and her passion to be on my side and try to poke as many holes as possible. Because he's fighting for his life. I get it. Hey, Hooter Birdwatcher, remember Blaise said there was no alcohol to the police? GS Dog's mom, hello, welcome in. Evangeline, good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not a juror either. All right. We are waiting for Judge to come in. Nice to see you, Evangeline. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, see, this shows you where we are. Great Gam says, if you were in trouble, you'd want a barracuda. Auntie Reese says, you feel Hollins is manipulative, condescending, and disingenuous. Not the kind of attorney you would want representing you. And that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate the passion. The manipulation, sure, but we've seen it before. And sometimes it just is what it is. I just would want somebody who's going to poke as many holes as possible in the state's case, because that's, again, you're fighting for your life. You're fighting for your life, and you want, do you want it to be, you think it's dirty? Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not pretty. It's not pretty. I do like Joshua Brand's style a little bit better, because I feel like he's not as aggressive. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you want somebody who's going to get you off, right? Melissa Chris, hello, good morning to you. Gleavril, she is fighting hard for her client. Hey, Snow Caddish, how are you? Great to see you. Oh, Debbie, did you get fireworks? Sorry, I missed that. I never really see them. Oh, there they are, sent fireworks. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you for the fireworks. We're going to see them today. We see them every day. This trial has not disappointed in the fireworks. I did not expect this, to be quite honest. I was not expecting. I didn't know anything about this trial other than he played, or he was an ex-football player, worked for the Tennessee Titans, and she was pregnant. Jade was pregnant. That's all I knew about this, and she was poisoned. That's all I knew about this trial. And then, like, literally every day has been like my jaws hitting the ground pretty much every day. Wild Angel, unfortunately, we see that a lot. And that is kind of the way it works. Process of elimination. It's Occam's razor. It's the simplest solution. You go by who did not do it, and you get to the point of who did it. So I appreciate your opinion. And did the state prove it? They proved it by process of elimination. So you can make that argument of, yes, they did prove it. They proved that nobody else could have done it except him. So that is process of elimination. So I can see it. I can see a juror getting there. Hey, Oh Noah, how are you? Great to see you. Denise, you think the judge is biased? How many times do we say that, though? We say that like all the time. We say that pretty much in every trial. We say that pretty much in every trial. There's very few judges that are like really, really like ride the, do the straight and narrow, But there's so many trials where we're like, oh my gosh, this judge is biased. Oh my gosh, this judge is biased. And it's usually for the state, right? So, I mean, we say that a lot. We say that in case after case after case. Alicia Andrews, Karen Reed, it just goes on and on. So, yeah. Is he biased? I personally don't like his style, but that's just me. I think Judge Everett, Judge Mrazek, Judge Kranick, those three I feel are pretty solid. But Judge Sisko and Alicia Andrews, she even got removed from the sentencing of Alicia Andrews. Judge Beverly Cannoni, look at her. So yeah, we see that often. So is he biased? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I was looking up his appeal record and I didn't find anything real briefly. I did not find anything where he was overturned. So we'll see. We'll follow this trial or this case. If Blaise, it's a big if Blaise is found guilty, I'm sure they're going to appeal. Obviously, they're going to appeal. And we'll see. We'll see if judge gets removed from the sentencing, or we'll just see. We'll have to see what happens. But we will see how it plays out. Hey, Deshaun, how are you? No verdict yet. No, defense still has to rest, and we have closing arguments. And I think the state may even put on a rebuttal. They may even put on a rebuttal case. Yeah, Judge Mrazek, I thought he was pretty good. Judge Everett with the Adelsons, I loved him. And of course, Judge Kranick with Sarah Boone. I thought Judge Kranick was just stellar, absolutely stellar. Yes. Yep. Trial judge for Paul Canero as well. Judge Lemieux. Yep. I thought he was pretty biased, but they, I think Mastelloni, she was pretty sneaky there too. All right, here we go.
Anything before the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, I'd like to make an offer of proof before the jury comes in regards to the text messages that we discussed on yesterday when Mr. Devlin was on the stand. In addition to that, we'd also like to make an offer of proof in regards to the card that was left with Ms. Benning's file. May I proceed?
Sure.
I would ask the court to state to the court that if we were allowed to bring in the telephone records in regards to Ms. Jade Benning and the romantic relationships that she had with 2 other men, the state had brought up a text message by
Okay, hang on. Let me make sure I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about the pictures that you wanted to ask him about but didn't want to introduce.
It's not that I didn't want to introduce them. I did not want to display them in the open public.
That's what I said. You wanted to ask about them. Is that what you're talking about?
I wanted to introduce them but not display publicly.
Is that what the text messages that your offer is about? Is that what you're talking about?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes. And so the state has put on evidence in regard to Mr. Taylor text messaging on the 24th with Ms. Xavier Winford. In that text message, it was in fact a romantic message. As a result,
you're getting off into something else. Tell me how the images of Ms. Benning are relevant to what you want to prove.
I want to introduce the relevance in regards to Ms. Benning's romantic relationship that she too was seeing.
And you're of the opinion the 2 images prove that?
They're not in their text message threads, not just the images.
Okay. You just asked me to introduce images.
I meant to say text messages if I didn't say images.
Where are they?
They are here, Your Honor.
All right, get those and we'll mark them D or whatever that other thing under C is. Okay, what else you got?
In addition to that, Your Honor, in addition to that, yesterday the state asked Mr. Eric Devlin, who was the digital forensic person for the defense, whether or not, or at least represented that Jerry's Porter was a friend of Ms. Benning's. There was a card left at the bedside with Ms. Benning, and it was from a Mr. Jerry's Porter.
Who knows that?
I'm sorry?
Does Mr. Devlin know that?
I wasn't going to bring it up with Mr. Devlin, but
So you wanted to bring it up with him?
only in response to the state's
But
ask.
how would he know that?
I was going to show him the actual cards.
How was he going to know where it was found and located?
I was going to ask him to read the cards.
How is he going to know where it was found and located?
I was going to tell him.
Okay.
And those cards that was left on the side of the bed listed a Jarius Porter, and he referred to himself as her lover. And this was on March the 6th, the day of her death. And I felt that it would be in direct response to the state's solicitation of the relationship with Mr. Porter as only being friends.
All right. Get those. You never asked the court to introduce, I don't know how many pages these are, 50 plus. You never asked the court anything about those texts. But we'll put them under seal for your proffer.
And I specifically asked the court if I could introduce those text messages.
No, you didn't.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, who's the next witness?
At this time, Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Jancy Lindsay.
Okay, let the jury step down. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. The jury let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present.
Stand right here, that's right.
Swear to tell the truth and help you God.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Carolyn.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Judge Lindsay? Good morning, Dr. Lindsay.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Dr. Jancy Chun Lindsay, JANCI-CHUNN-LINDSAY.
And how are you employed, Dr. Lindsay?
I have my own consulting, toxicology, and molecular biology business, Toxicology Support Services, LLC.
And how long have you owned your own business?
Since mid-2009.
And could you give the court information in regards to your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biological and physical sciences. I have a PhD in molecular biology and biochemistry.
Okay. And could you tell the court exactly when and where did you start working as a toxicologist?
I started working in the laboratory formally as a toxicologist most of my research over the years. I worked in a lab before going back to get my PhD, in between my bachelor's degree and my PhD, as a lab technician at the bench. And I was able to do a lot of toxicology research and even publish as a technician, which was really great. It helped me get into graduate school. But I started doing toxicology research then, and then I was hired directly after my PhD into Exponent Scientific Consulting Group as a toxicologist in their Toxicology and Mechanistic Biology division.
Very good. And have you had the opportunity to be published or have any articles published?
I have.
And have you had the opportunity to testify prior to today and be deemed as an expert?
Yes, many times over the past 20 years.
Would that be civil and criminal or both?
Both, and then military case.
Very good. At this time, I would tender Dr. Lindsay as an expert and would offer her CV.
In the field of
Toxicology.
any questions from the state? All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, this witness will be allowed to give her expert opinion. You can place such weight on it as you choose to. And that'll be 60. Okay.
Dr. Lindsay, have you had the opportunity in this particular case to review any materials as it relates to the case against Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I have.
Can you inform the jury exactly what all materials have you had the opportunity to review?
Yes. I have reviewed the toxicology litigation packets that everybody has been talking about, the detective investigations, the EMS report for Jade Benning, the bond hearing transcript, which had interviews with several of the people that are involved, transcripts from these hearings, all the literature that I brought on the toxicology of both cocaine and fentanyl and them together, the Pandora records, which are the administrative records for all of the medications which Jade received while she was in the hospital, the ME records for Miss Benning and the baby Ivy's autopsy report in Jade's medical records.
Thank you. I want to now draw your attention to toxicology lab report by ENS 23129285.
Yes.
You have that, and it's on the screen beside you as well.
Yes, I do have it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you remember specifically what was tested in this specific lab report?
Yes, this lab report covers the testing of Miss Benning's comforter, the blue comforter from the apartment.
And was there any type of bodily fluid that was found to be on the comforter?
So they had what they looked to be vomit in a section of the comforter that they extracted in order to test that section of the comforter for drugs, and then they chose another section of the comforter as a case blank, which did not appear to have any vomitus on that portion of the comforter.
And what is a case blank, Dr. Lindsay?
So there are several case blanks in these types of tests. There'll be just the homogenate buffer that they use to extract, and of course it should have nothing in it. And then they'll use an area of the comforter or clothing that they believe does not have any of the liquid item or blood or whatever the matrix is that they're testing, so that can be a blank for them as well. So they'll have just the buffer, and then they'll have what they think is a true blank on the material.
There's been a lot of talk about the word matrix. Will you tell me?
Matrix, we're just talking about whether it's blood or urine or fabric or vomit. That's all it means. It's not meant to be a fancy word.
Now, this jury has heard a lot of science, and I'm sure they don't want to hear a whole lot more.
What is your question?
Could you tell us exactly what was found to be positive on this comforter from Ms. Benning's home?
Yes, I can. So, on the comforter, we have the presence of fentanyl, we have the presence of cocaine, we have the presence of the primary metabolite of cocaine, benzoyl agocnine. They did not test for EME, but we do have cocoethylene as well, which is what forms when you use cocaine and ethanol at the same time.
Okay. And ethanol, would that be alcohol, like drinking alcohol?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there any other substances that were at some point found on this comforter but was later to be determined inconclusive?
Yes.
Do you know what those are?
I believe those were THC, methamphetamines, and I think it was just THC and methamphetamine.
Very good.
Yeah.
But to be fair, they later determined that the spikes, if you will, were not placed in that test. So they could not say affirmatively whether that was so. Is that right?
That's right, and they didn't rerun the test, which they could have done.
Okay.
And they also didn't report those values. Yeah.
Okay, and so to be clear, it wasn't that they weren't present, it's just that they did not run the confirmation to get a more definitive result.
Correct. This was the first time they were doing this assay, so they were coming up with a new technique. That's the best way to say it. So it hadn't been validated yet.
And what is an assay?
An assay is just a protocol for how you do something in the lab.
Okay. Now, were they able to quantify any of the substances?
Sorry. Goodness.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I'm making a mess up here. I apologize.
There are issues on the side of it.
I got it. Sorry about that. Okay.
Were they able to quantify any of the substances that were found on the comforter?
Well, they purported to be able to quantify them, but not really, because there's no comparative. Since they were doing this for the first time, they had no comparative liquid. They added a buffer, but it's not like it was blood or urine, so they added a buffer to it. There's nothing to compare it to in the literature to give it a... So they came up with an amount, but there's no other something in the literature to say if you took this amount of drug and vomited this much on this comfort in this volume, you would have, you know, a certain concentration. So that's why it's really more qualitative, what we call qualitative than quantitative, or semi-quant.
Did you still need the towel for you?
Yeah, let court officer clean that up for you.
Sorry, that's very disruptive. Apologize. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, in regards to the cocaine that was found, how does the cocaine relate to, I think, what you call BZE? Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So benzoyl agocnine, or BZE, sometimes called BE, is the major metabolite of cocaine. It's formed when cocaine passes through the liver, as is the next metabolite, EME, or agocnine methyl ester.
And the BE and the cocaine, was that found in the vomits?
Yes, it was.
Now let's talk about the fentanyl. Where was the fentanyl found on the comforter?
So it was found in both the vomitus and in the case blank, which complicates things. Yeah.
Why does that complicate things?
Well, because the case blank was supposed to be a case blank. So finding fentanyl on the case blank indicates that there was the presence of fentanyl on the comforter, either from contamination or from prior use.
And did the lab expect to find fentanyl on the case blank?
No. No, it should not have had fentanyl.
What is the purpose of a case blank?
Well, to be a blank area of the substance you're testing, as we kind of went over a minute ago. Yeah.
Is that the purpose, to see whether or not the instrument is working properly and things of that nature?
Now that's another blank.
Okay.
So like I said, you'll have like a buffer blank, and then you'll have just another blank for the media that you're using, if that's possible in this type of a fabric test, or maybe you're testing an airbag or something else like that.
Did they rerun that fentanyl to ensure that there was nothing wrong with their instrument, and to ensure that the fentanyl that they found outside of the vomitus was in fact a true presence of fentanyl?
I don't remember if they reran that fentanyl, but I know that they validated that the fentanyl was there. Dr. Methune validated that the fentanyl was, or excuse me, Dr. Kolosky from CFSRE, I think, and Dr. Methune from NMS.
And is Dr. Methune the actual forensic toxicologist who in fact performed the testing on this particular comforter?
Yes.
Now I want to bring your attention to the cocaethylene.
Yes.
Where was the cocaethylene found?
So the cocoethylene was found in the vomitus, but not in the case blank.
Thank you. And again, no concentrations could be attributed to any of these substances as it relates to the comforter.
Well, comparatively, there's no ability to compare. So it's a semi-quant. They purported to have an amount, but what do you compare it to? That's kind of the problem.
And would that be consistent with Dr. Methune's testimony that you could not give a definitive quantitative value on any of these substances?
Yes.
I now want to draw your attention. Could you? Thank you. Do you see what's on the side of you there?
Yes.
And I believe that this would be State's Exhibit number 46, I believe. And could you tell us what exactly this is?
It looks like it's the chromatographs from the testing.
Okay. And what is a am I saying that?
The chromatograph?
Chromatographs, what is that?
It's the first part of the testing when you use a chromatography method. They'll say something like, we're going to test by GCMS, gas chromatography, mass spectrophotometry. If any of you remember chemistry back in school where you had to go through organic chemistry and identify the compounds, and you might have learned about chromatography and mass spectrophotometry. The mass spec looks at the ion, the chromatography looks at where that chemical elutes off of a column, and each chemical has its own kind of signature time where it elutes off of the column, and according to its abundance it'll make what looks like a mountain peak, and you can measure the area under the curve and compare it to a standard curve to get an idea of the relative abundance of that particular sample.
Now, to be fair, did NMS find that the fentanyl was a number such that it was below the rate of where they would detect it, meaning below the reportable limit?
Below the limit of quantitation or below the limit of detection. Concentration. They've got it highlighted. Yes.
And what does that mean when it's below the level of detection?
Well, they won't record it often, so it's there, but it's not being reported.
And is that something that's pretty standard in all labs, that before they will actually report something, it has to be at a certain level?
Yes, I think people are probably most familiar with it in alcohol in hospital tests. If you don't have above 10 milligrams, which is about a half a drink for a 150-pound person per deciliter, then they won't report it. Even if you have alcohol in your system, they'll say it's just a negative test.
Very good. Josh, can you? I want to now bring your attention to work order 23126889. And it is also on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what exactly is this particular toxicology report testing?
Yes, so this is the blood that was taken at the hospital at 10:31. Unfortunately, it was collected in the wrong type of tube in order to store the blood and the enclosed chemicals properly. Typically, in order to preserve cocaine, which is super susceptible to hydrolysis and degradation, we have to add some sodium fluoride and some other chemicals to keep it stable, or it'll just spontaneously degrade. But they used a clear plastic tube with no sodium fluoride or anything in the tube, which is problematic. And then there's the liver tissue from the baby and the homogenate of the liver tissue and buffer from the baby.
And this, you had stated that it was taken at 10:59. Would that be on February 25th of 2023?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't stipulate that.
Would this be at a time when Ms. Benning was actually in Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes, when she first came to the hospital.
Did this particular test positive for any substances?
Yes, it did. Hang on, just let me get mine out because I can see it better. So it tested positive for the main metabolite of cocaine, benzoyl-agochlin, at 1,800 nanograms per mil, for cocaine at 78 nanograms per mil, and for agochlin methyl ester at 7,800 nanograms per mil, as well as for fluconazole in the baby's tissue, which is an antifungal, at microgram per gram. So it was just a presumptive positive, a qualitative, what we call a qual instead of a quantitative.
Okay. And do you see whether or not cocaethylene had an indication on this particular test?
So on this particular test, they don't report cocaethylene, but in 8-9, no, they don't. They didn't report cocaethylene in this test.
And do you see whether or not a confirmation test was ran on cocaethylene on the last page of this particular report? It's also on your screen next to you, page 3 of 4.
Yes.
Why would a lab run a confirmation test on any substance?
Because they had detected it in the okay, so these are the reporting limits. That actually isn't the actual result. Those are the reporting limits.
But do you see that there was a confirmation test actually ran for cocaethylene?
So they would run a confirmation test if they saw that it was in the first portion of the test, which is usually an immunoassay screen.
And why do they run screens as opposed to just going straight to the confirmation?
Some labs do go straight to the confirmation through something called QTOF. Labs are moving towards that, but it's less expensive to do the ELISA.
And what reason then, if they found cocaethylene or had a detection, why wouldn't they report it?
It may have been below their reporting limit or their limit of quantitation if it's a quantitative test. So this particular test was a quantitative test. You see everything's reported in quantitative units in nanograms per mil, not just presumptive positive or positive, except for the fluconazole. So if it's below their limit of proper quantitation, that is, if it's off the curve, if it doesn't fit on their curve because it's too low, then they won't report it. Or if it's below their limit of detection for reasonable presence.
Thank you. I want to ask you now a few questions as it relates to the substance cocaethylene. Could you educate the jury what reasons would cocaethylene appear in any matrix?
So if cocoethylene is there, that indicates that a person has ingested ethanol and cocaine at the same time, and it has gone through the liver. It has to go through the liver to make the cocoethylene. So this isn't something that would spontaneously form in the saliva or just in the blood. It has to go through first, what we call first pass metabolism.
And does let me ask you this. Cocaethylene, I believe you testified before that it was when cocaine and ethanol come together at the exact same time. Is that right? Is there any other reason that that would appear?
No.
How long does it take? Well, let me ask you this. We don't see ethanol when you find cocaethylene. What does that mean if cocaethylene is the presence of cocaine and alcohol at the same time? How could you see cocaethylene but not see ethanol?
So the ethanol will bind the cocaine and make cocoethylene, and cocoethylene has a longer half-life than alcohol. So if the alcohol is above the level of the cocaine, then what's ever left over you might measure. But people have an average burn rate of 18 milligrams per deciliter per hour, or 0.3 milligrams per minute of alcohol. So she could have, in a scenario, let's hypothesize a scenario. If she had drank even 4 drinks earlier that day, it would have been completely gone by the time she got to the hospital.
And so can you educate the jury, what is a half-life?
A half-life is the amount of time it takes for a particular chemical to be divided in half in the blood or the urine, depending on which half-life you're looking at, for half of it to dissipate and be gone.
Now, half-lives in terms of what that is for each particular substance, is it different for every substance?
Yes, it is.
Is this a standard accepted practice in toxicology?
Yes, it's at the top of most of the toxicology treatises, I guess you would say, in the Besselt's reference, which is kind of the Bible of toxicology and drugs. It's listed in the top left-hand corner in the literature that I've presented.
What is the half-life for cocaine?
So the half-life for cocaine is pretty short. It's cited as anywhere from 0.3 to an hour.
And I believe you testified that BZE is the first metabolite of cocaine, the parent cocaine?
That's correct, and it has a different half-life than cocaine.
What is the half-life for BZE?
I think it's 1 to 2 hours for BZE.
And does EME have a different half-life than the parent cocaine and BZE?
It does. I don't recall EME's half-life off the top of my head, but it is longer than cocaine, the parent compound, which is why you see the large amounts of metabolite with the smaller amounts of cocaine.
And EME would be the second metabolite that forms after BZE?
Well, they form, I have a chart, they form differently. So BZE and cocaine are not, or BZE and EME are not the only metabolites of cocaine. There are several other metabolites, but those are the main metabolites of cocaine that are formed and measured in the pharmacokinetic studies that we look at to try to get an idea of how much should be in the blood or urine after a person ingests a certain amount.
And what is the half-life of cocaethylene?
So cocaethylene has a longer half-life as well. It's cited as different, anywhere from like 1 to 4 hours, basically. Some say 1 to 2, some say 2 to 4.
Do you know what would be the difference as to why it would be 1 hour versus 4 hours?
So inter-individual metabolism, co-ingestants, if a person's taking a particular drug that can retard the pharmacokinetic profile for that particular drug because drugs use similar enzymes. So for cocaine, the main enzyme is CYP3A4. And CYP3A4 is a universal enzyme that metabolizes a lot of drugs, including fentanyl.
And well, let me ask you this. What is pharmacokinetics? You just mentioned that. Could you educate the jury what that is?
So pharmacokinetics is, I guess, the study of the metabolism of a substance and the ability to look at it over time, its decay over time. You can measure the pharmacokinetics if you give a person dose X of a drug and you know what their weight is and you can estimate their volume, their body volume of blood, then you can graph a curve for how long it should take for that particular drug using the known half-life in different compartmental models to be exited from the body. As long as you don't have some other drugs that are using the same enzyme that are interfering with that curve, which is unfortunately what we have here.
And would that be the equivalent that the jury could probably understand as if someone is pulled over for drinking while driving, and the police may want to try to figure out what was his blood alcohol level at a certain time, if they did to get it particular. Is that the same as the extrapolation of alcohol to get that quantitative number?
Yes, there's pharmacokinetics for alcohol, and we just discussed them a little bit ago, that 18 milligrams per deciliter per hour burn rate, and I do that all the time.
Okay. And so were you able to guesstimate or try to determine, given the cocaethylene that was found in the vomitus of Ms. Benning, were you able to utilize pharmacokinetics to get an idea as to when you would have thought that Ms. Benning would have ingested cocaine and alcohol at the same time? So,
I guess first of all, it's an assumption to say it was an oral. She ingested something orally, right, beyond the alcohol. We don't know for sure with the cocaine, right?
Okay.
And second of all, we have to allow for the pass through the liver for it to show up in the blood.
Okay.
So, we would say in the past few hours.
You say the past few hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, or can you say?
Can't really say, no.
And is one of the reasons that you can't say is because in regards to the vomit, there aren't any numbers that can definitively be determined for that particular test.
Right, we don't have a matrix to compare it to, the blood, right, or the urine.
What about the blood that was found in 231268889? Are you able in any way to try to determine the pharmacokinetics in that regard?
So this is the tube that didn't have the preservative in it. the plastic sample, and we know that cocaine is very volatile. However, we don't know to the extent that it was volatilized, or hydrolyzed, excuse me, not volatilized. And what I mean by that is, I think earlier Dr. Carney tried to infer that Miss Benning had a 78 cocaine level when she came to the hospital, and then they drew her blood, and then it all just spontaneously hydrolyzed to the tube. And I think that is very incorrect to say. One, it's not possible, because cocaine is metabolized so fast. Some of it would have metabolized already by the time she got to the hospital, no matter when she took it, because that 0.3 to an hour. And two, because these numbers, if I just saw these numbers,
I don't mean to interrupt you. When you say these numbers, are you speaking of the BE at 1800, the cocaine at 78, and the EME at 7800?
Yes, the smaller amount of cocaine at 78, the BZE at 1800, and the large amount of EME. If I knew nothing about this case, I would think that this was a person who would use throughout the day and it's stacked because of the large amount of metabolite. Now, what does that mean practically for us? And the tube that doesn't have the proper preservative in it, it means we don't know. We don't know what that number should have been. We don't know if it was higher in cocaine and it just hydrolyzed, or we don't know if it indicates there was stacking or use going on during the day.
Okay. And why don't you
From
know?
a toxicology perspective.
Okay. Why don't you know?
Because there wasn't any preservative in the tube. And so we don't know whether half of it hydrolyzed, all of it hydrolyzed, some of it hydrolyzed.
So are you stating then, Dr. Lindsay, that the pharmacokinetics as it relates to cocaine is determined once that cocaine is preserved properly, and that's when you get more definitive numbers?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
And so when Dr. Kotulski stated also that he would not agree to add the EME and the parent cocaine to get a definitive number, you would agree with that?
Yes, but for a different reason. I wouldn't do that in a good cocaine single.
Okay.
Because they have different molar ratios and different half-lives, so they won't be present in a one-to-one. It's not an apples-to-apples comparison. You might get a relative sort of abundance, or what's better to do is to compare it to what's in the literature when they give measured amounts of cocaine, and then they record what 10 people have in their urine or their blood 2 or 3 hours after they give the dose. And that, I feel like that is a better mechanism to try to get at that.
To that point, did you ever review other material and ascertain that 2 days later, Ms. Benning's blood tested positive for cocaine and had a measure of 69 nanograms per milliliters of cocaine?
Yes, I did, which would be pretty impossible by normal pharmacokinetics if the half-life was maintained as it would be with cocaine alone.
What do you mean by that?
She would have had to use an elephant's worth of cocaine at the high end, and anywhere from like 6 to 14 8 balls at the low end.
4 to 16 8 balls. What is that?
4 to 16, yeah.
What is an 8 ball?
3.5 grams of cocaine. And that's the low end. So the pharmacokinetics don't make sense. So why don't they make sense? So the co-ingestion, I'm going to get a little water and I'm not going to spill it this time. Promise. The co-ingestion of fentanyl, or the co-use of fentanyl with cocaine, whether it's ingested or not, they both use the same enzyme, that's CYP3A4. They also both inhibit the clearance of each other. So fentanyl inhibits an enzyme that pumps cocaine out of cells. And fentanyl also causes dopamine to accumulate at the synapse, which is the main mechanism of action of cocaine. What does that mean? That means if you use them together, you don't have the same half-life. You have cocaine hanging around longer and you have fentanyl hanging around longer. And because of that, you increase the toxicity of the two drugs and you lower the threshold dose at which toxicity occurs. In short terms, using them together makes them much more toxic at a lower level.
And how then can you explain that if Ms. Benning was in the hospital on 2/25 at 22:31, which would have been on February 25th of 23 at 10:31 p.m., and stayed in the hospital until her next blood test draw on February 27th, how then did that nanograms per milliliters of cocaine only go down by 9 points?
So, one, it probably didn't just go down by 9 points. There probably was more cocaine initially. However, as I said, the cocaine pharmacokinetics don't work. She obviously didn't ingest or was exposed to an elephant's worth of cocaine, nor probably 16 8 balls. The cocaine has a very anesthetic effect, and they even use it in anesthesia for eye surgery and for nose surgery. So that much cocaine would have numbed her mouth completely, or her nose, or her face. It's just not probable. So what is probable is that the pharmacokinetics of using fentanyl and cocaine together retarded the clearance. How much? We don't know. So where normally with a single drug you might be able to do some pharmacokinetics to try to arrive at what the dose might have been in the beginning, you can't do that here.
So to have a number, for example, to utilize the number Dr. Carney opined on of 7,878, can someone, in your opinion, slip that amount of cocaine in someone's drink without them noticing?
Objection, Your Honor. Just to
I'll
correct.
sustain the objection.
I'll ask you a hypothetical. I have to ask you a question. Let me give you a hypothetical. If someone was to slip an enormous amount of cocaine into someone else's drink, what, if any, symptoms would you expect that person to feel when levels are 7,878?
So I think people are getting the levels kind of mixed up.
She just asked you a question.
Okay, that level is actually within a normal medium to high use parameter for people that abuse the drug.
But would they,
That's not answering the question.
would they experience any symptoms?
Yes, so they would experience the normal symptoms from using cocaine.
And what type of symptoms would they experience with 7,878 nanograms per milliliters of cocaine?
Oh, if the level was that high, what a medium to high user would experience: tachycardia, agitation, higher heart rate, pulse. Sometimes some thoughts of persecution, fuzzy halos around the eye, around bright lights, hyperthermia.
So, and I guess my question is, if they were to drink that amount, would that affect the numbness in their mouth?
That amount, perhaps not. It might make them a little bit numb. What would make them really numb is trying to do the pharmacokinetics back to an expected dose.
So,
from that 69, which is our most reliable sample.
okay, so the 69, I'm sorry, was the amount in her blood on February 27th. if you were to use the pharmacokinetics to go back to February 25th, 23, what amount of cocaine would she have had to consume in order to be at 69 nanograms per milliliters on February 27th?
That's where we talked about the elephant and the multiple 8 balls, and I said that it was improbable. So in reality, we just don't know how much she consumed beyond that first blood measurement, which was in an improper tube. So it didn't give us an idea of when. It could have been earlier in that day. It could have been right before.
But will it be more than the amount that we see on these tests?
Oh, yes. Well, the 69 going backwards, yes. But the 78 is within normal limits of a high dose use, medium to high dose use.
And given those numbers that you stated would be very high doses, would you expect someone who was drinking that amount of high dose to experience numbness in their mouth?
Yes, they should.
I want to ask you a question in regards to liquid cocaine.
Okay.
Is liquid cocaine a thing? Is that a thing?
Not really, but people do dissolve cocaine in liquids.
And to dissolve cocaine in a liquid, along with alcohol, how much cocaine would someone have to dissolve in a liquid to end up at the numbers we see on these tests?
To end up in the numbers that you see on the test?
Yes.
Not that much. What a medium to high dose user would use. The problem is that the test is not reliable to tell us when it was used. That's really the problem.
And I'm not speaking of the numbers on the test. I'm talking about going back to 225 in order to end up on 227 at these numbers.
Oh, that's super high dose. That's improbable. That's how we know the pharmacokinetics are off. You can't use the singular compartmentalized.
In your opinion, do you believe that to use the pharmacokinetics to go back, because we know the half-life is 0.7 to 1 hour. And
0.3 to 1 hour.
0.3 to 1 hour.
It's
and so
different places. Yeah.
that means, let's just use an hour for example. For every hour, you would have to go back, cut that number in half. Is that right?
Increase that number, yes.
Sorry, going backwards, increase that number. And so every hour you would increase that number by half to go back.
Which is billions of milligrams, which is why you're in the ton range. So.
And that pharmacokinetics is in fact the standard accepted manner in order to determine what that person's dose was at the time that we are trying to determine on 225. On the evening of 225, that is an accepted practice in your field of toxicology.
Yes, if you can get it to a single drug where it's acceptable. Yes.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Sure.
Dr. Lindsay, so you claim that you've reviewed several things in this case file, correct?
No, I reviewed several things in the case file.
That's what I just said.
I think you said I claimed to review.
You claimed to. I'm saying you said that you reviewed the toxicology reports, the detective investigation. You said
Yes.
the EMS
That's
I guess
correct.
the reports?
Yes.
Have you been watching all the testimony this week?
I've been watching most of the testimony. I tried to watch most of it, yes.
Okay. And you reviewed the bond hearing transcript, correct?
That's correct.
And the Pandora records and the medical examiner records, correct?
That's correct.
And so you heard Dr. Carney's testimony before this jury, is that right?
That's correct.
And you heard Dr. Kowalewski's testimony before this jury, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you also heard Dr. Mithen's testimony before this jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were talking about the methamphetamine and the marijuana that came up in the assay test on the comforter. That's what you started out talking about. Do you remember that?
I remember it was mentioned, but that wasn't. That was one of the side tests that were done, or one of the results that came up, but it wasn't validated.
Correct. It wasn't validated because they can have false positives, correct?
I believe it wasn't valid. Well, yes, because of the ion ratios, they weren't correct.
And that's what Dr. Mithen testified to, is that it could be a false positive. It did not mean anything. She just noted it, correct?
That's correct.
And you would not report out something that is that low level, correct?
So there was a difference between the ion ratios being off and it being a low level. I don't believe she said that they didn't report it because of the low level. I can go back and check the testimony, or you can put it
It
up.
was the ion ratios were off. It was something that she couldn't report, correct?
Right, and they didn't run it again to see, because I think they were concentrating on the cocaine and the fentanyl. So, yeah, they only ran it that one time.
You would agree that Ms. Benning had multiple tests run and none of them tested positive for methamphetamine, correct?
Oh, correct, yes.
Okay, and none of them tested positive for marijuana either, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and also when she got to the hospital, she did not have alcohol in her system. That came back negative, correct?
No, you can't say that because the reporting threshold is 10 nanograms per mil. So as I discussed earlier, anything below that 10 nanograms per mil will be reported as a negative.
Okay, but
So we can only say that it was reported as a negative, that it was either negative or less than 10 nanograms per mil.
okay, so if the cocaine was dissolved in a very small amount of alcohol and put in her drink and she ingested it that way,
Yes.
that would explain the cocoethylene that is apparently so incredibly important.
It would have to be a larger amount of ethanol, not just a little bit, in order to come up in the assays. So we're not talking like a teaspoon. I think somebody had said something crazy like vanilla before.
Well, you just said somebody said something crazy. That's interesting because you're saying that it came up in the comforter, the cocoethylene, correct?
In the vomitus, yes.
Okay, but Dr. Mithen's report specifically does not even have a numeric value. The response was so low.
Yet it's still persisting in other matrices a couple days later, so it just hadn't formed all the way, probably.
It literally does not have a numeric value. That is how low it is.
Okay, but it's still persisting in other matrices days later, so we know that it was at a higher value then, even given its half-life.
Days later, when she's in the hospital receiving medication after medication after medication, trying to keep her alive on life support because she ingested liquid cocaine. Correct?
You don't know that.
Dr. Lindsay, you have heard
Excuse
three
me.
experts
You don't need to bring people.
testify.
Okay, have a seat, Ms. Collins. Just ask your question in a reasonable manner.
Dr. Lindsay, you have heard three experts testify that it was ingested and it had to be a liquid. It was in her drink.
Are you testifying? Because there's
Please
nothing.
don't interject yourself. Just keep yourself calm as well. You don't ask questions, okay?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There is nothing.
Now, what is your question? You said 3 experts said X. What is your question?
You've heard the 3 experts testify that it was ingested orally, correct?
I've heard them testify that it could have been ingested orally.
Have you heard them testify that there was no evidence that it was ingested in any other manner?
No, I haven't.
You haven't heard that testimony?
I have not. If you point it out, I would be happy to look at it.
Okay, so you didn't hear Dr. Carney's testimony when she described her autopsy.
That wouldn't show you whether it was ingested orally or by any other manner.
Okay, and Dr. Lindsay, you went on and on about pharmacokinetics and calculating a dose. Did you provide your calculations?
Did I provide my calculations? No, but anybody can do them. If it's a half-life of 30 half-lives in between the first and the second dose, you would be up to billions of milligrams.
Okay, so you don't have any math that supports that at all for pharmacokinetics?
I did it at one time, but it was so off the chart, I knew that it was incorrect.
Oh, so you knew that you were incorrect?
No, I knew that the pharmacokinetics did not make sense. So anybody can take, the other experts didn't do the same calculations, and they could have, or they should have. They would have seen right away that it was not possible.
Well, you're saying it's not possible because you're refusing to acknowledge that it was ingested in liquid form, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm saying we don't know. It could have been ingested in liquid form, or it could have been used in another form. We just don't know.
Well, that's what you're saying, that you just don't know. But Dr. Carney was very positive when she did her autopsy report.
That wouldn't have shown, an autopsy report would not show whether someone had ingested it orally or ingested it through insufflation or injection. An autopsy would not show that.
Dr. Lindsay, are you a forensic pathologist?
No, I'm not a forensic pathologist, but I'm a toxicologist, and it would not show that. If you want to describe how it would show that, maybe that could enlighten me.
Dr. Lindsay, I am asking you the questions.
Okay, and I'm
Have you
correcting
ever
you.
performed an autopsy?
No.
Okay. Did you hear Dr. Krolewski's testimony where he said that he would not even attempt to calculate using pharmacokinetics to try to calculate the dose?
He doesn't do that regularly in his practice. He's more of an analytical chemist. It was clear by the way he answered the questions, and that's why he wouldn't do the pharmacokinetic calculations. That's more of a biochemistry type thing.
Dr. Lindsay, that was not Dr. Krolewski's answer. You do know that, correct?
I listened to his testimony, and that's how I knew he didn't do that. He didn't do it on a regular basis. He's more of an analytical chemist, toxicologist, than a strict toxicologist who does pharmacokinetic modeling. I think he was open about that.
Okay. Dr. Lindsay, I know that you do. So you're saying that you reviewed everything in the investigation file and the testimony at the bond hearing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you are here testifying that you think it's possible that Jade Benning was drinking 4 drinks out and doing cocaine. How was she doing it again?
We don't know.
Okay, but what did you use for your pharmacokinetics calculation?
So that's a little bit different. What I'm saying is we don't know whether she ingested it orally or whether through insufflation or whether injection. We just don't know because the numbers don't tell us. And the only reliable numbers we have are from a tube that did not have preservative in it. So while a ratio in a proper tube might give us an idea of whether it was orally ingested in case it, instead of insufflated, we didn't have that because we had the tube that didn't have the proper preservative in it.
Okay, so my question is, for the pharmacokinetics that you testified about, I think at one point you said 16 evolved. What was the ingestion method that you used for that pharmacokinetics calculation?
So I did assume an oral bioavailability for that. Oh, gosh, should have been using that before.
So you assumed liquid cocaine.
Cocaine taken orally.
Dissolved in a liquid.
It doesn't have to be dissolved in a liquid. It's the same thing if you take it orally or food, liquid, whatever. It's going through the metabolism that way instead of going through insufflation or vaginal insertion or whatever.
So you said that, and then immediately afterwards you said, but you can't calculate the pharmacokinetics with this case.
Correct.
So you calculated it, and then you said you cannot calculate it in this case.
Yeah, so the history is that when I tried to apply proper pharmacokinetics to this case, it didn't work. And so then I went into researching, because it wasn't plausible, then I went into researching, well, why could that be? And then there are a couple articles that I provided the literature here. The best one is Chang et al., who goes into the pharmacokinetics of cocaine and fentanyl taken together and how they both inhibit each other's clearance. What does that mean practically? They both inhibit each other's half-life or clearance. So we don't know how much.
Dr. Lindsay, you're going on and on about cocaine and fentanyl. Those aren't the facts of this case. Dr. Lindsay, you do agree that on the internet there is information about liquid cocaine. Do you agree with that?
Yes, can we clear up the last statement?
Do you want to start arguing with her?
No, she just made a factually incorrect
Your lawyer,
statement.
they want to ask you, they'll ask you. Go ahead.
Okay.
What is your literature about liquid cocaine?
It's on the internet, correct? There's rehab facilities that have internet pages. When you go to it, it says do not ingest it this way because it is lethal and it will kill you. You have seen that, correct?
Yes, if you orally use cocaine, you can overdo the amount because the bioavailability is less and it takes longer to absorb.
And it is known to cause death. It is lethal, correct?
No, lots of people use cocaine that way. I mean, it's not preferable. You kind of waste part of the drug, but apparently the high is supposed to be better. The problem is the fentanyl along with the cocaine, which lowers the threshold dose of toxicity.
Okay, so if a website says that it increases the risk of sudden death, you're just saying not really, even though...
I'm saying it doesn't cause death in all cases.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
But it can cause death, and there is information on the internet that warns people about that. Don't you agree?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. She's going to answer, I think.
Yes, of course it can cause death. It depends on the amount.
And you would agree, too, that there is a lot of information on the internet about cocaine and that it can cause a placental abruption or a spontaneous abortion if used when pregnant, correct?
Cocaine can cause myocardial infarctions, including things like placental abruptions. Yes, it can.
I mean, this is the U.S. Department of Justice, 1988, cocaine use in pregnancy can lead to spontaneous abortion of the fetus.
Yes, it can also lead to birth of those babies, which everybody knows about, the crack babies, the cocaine babies that are adopted, thankfully.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay.
Any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have that come on, please? I was asking him if I could utilize the column here.
It's up.
Thank you. Dr. Lindsay,
Yes.
I want to draw your attention. First, let me do this. Draw your attention to the NMS litigation packet and from data in regards to, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. In regards to 2312-9285. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you see the window for coca-ethylene?
I do.
And just to be clear, 2312-9285, is that the comforter we've been discussing this morning?
Yes.
And do you see a peak in a presence for coca-ethylene?
Yes. This was also admitted to by Mithun and Katalski.
If you'll just answer the question as it's given.
Sorry.
Instead of ad-libbing all of the information. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
And so does that in fact show that there was in fact the presence of coca-ethylene on the comforter in the vomitus?
Yes.
Now, to be fair, it was not up to the reportable limit, but it was in fact there.
Yes.
Are there reasons why a substance will not be at a reportable limit?
If it's not formed yet, if it's below the reportable limit.
And would this be before Ms. Benning ever made it to Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes.
I now want to show you again NMS Laboratory Report 231-29285. Do you see that?
Yes.
That is the same number associated with the comforter. Is that right?
That's right.
And do you see the fentanyl peak in this window here?
Yes.
And is that peak a representative of, in fact, fentanyl being present in the vomitus on the comforter?
Dr. Mithun testified that it was, yes.
So it's not just you stating that the fentanyl was present and or the coca-ethylene was present. This is NMS lab data that was performed by Dr. Mithun.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Finally, Dr. Lindsay, is there any type of treatment at a hospital that will cause you to test positive for coca-ethylene?
No.
Thank you.
Not that I know of. I would
Thank
say.
you. I'll pass it, please.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Kelly Larkin.
Okay.
Could we approach Ray, please? While she's coming in.
All right, so I guess ultimately they will have 10 witnesses. So this would be, it sounds like they're going to call Dr. Kelly Larkin, who we heard from yesterday. We did hear from Miss Larkin yesterday. Right? I thought we did. Yeah, she's going to testify to the amount. Oh, she's the one that compiled 2-page document, and she sent it to them yesterday at 10:30 at the airport. You guys remember her from yesterday? She compiled a 2-page document, even though she was working on it for several months. But she gave them her notes from the airport yesterday at 10:30. And this got into Rule 16, Rules of Discovery. The state was talking about, defense was talking about reciprocal discovery. All right, so this is Dr. Larkin. She was on the stand yesterday. Well, Dr. Lindsay certainly was exciting first thing in the morning. She was pushing back a lot. I thought, so they're basically saying Jade did this. Jade took fentanyl, took liquid, and did this to herself. That's the defense's standpoint. Even though...
Did the state get what you wanted?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, when we have a few minutes to review this, having the now just been handed.
Something different?
Yes. Which might result in a jury out.
You'll step down the hallway, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have different, Ms. Holland?
This is my first time, so I'd like to take a minute. This just appears to be notes that she took. The first page are notes that come from the testimony 911 call that Mr. Taylor made. There is testimony notes from Najee Jackson. She has names here of the EMTs. She has some medication notes from the medical records.
And all of this just was generated overnight?
And it's not original thoughts, it's just notes that she took from the records. That
all of that was generated overnight?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
What does that mean?
I'm assuming she took notes in regards to when she and I met and we went over what she would testify about today.
How long does the state need?
Would you like to see the notes, Your Honor?
I don't know. How long does the state need?
We have just maybe 3 or 4 more minutes, and maybe in that time can get Dr. Carney
Okay.
connected up.
How long is it going to take to get Dr. Carney a link?
We just sent it to her.
Oh, okay. Somebody told me 20 minutes.
That's what initially, Judge, they actually said 30 minutes.
So,
And then we cut it down a whole lot.
pardon. And just, I'm trying to see when, I don't know if it'll be this week or next week when we finish the proof, but you're planning on calling Mr. Taylor? Carl Taylor?
No, we've decided not to.
Oh, okay. So this would be the last witness?
It would be.
Oh. Okay.
Court to the 10-minute recess.
All right, so 10-minute recess before Dr. Larkin, who apparently took some more notes yesterday. Dr. Larkin and her notes. Interesting. I'm interested to see what her notes are because she said she took. Well, the judge asked them. The judge asked both sides to provide notes. So Ms. Hollins, as she stated many times, she's been in trial. She's been focused on the trial. She hasn't had time to talk to her witnesses, and she asked them to gather notes. So Dr. Larkin gave her notes over the weekend, and now I guess she gave her some more notes yesterday after they talked. So, yeah, I don't think Blaise is going to take the stand. Does not seem like Blaise is going to take the stand. Teresa, Jade did not intentionally ingest and then call her friends while she was having the medical issue. Yeah, I'm just not seeing this. I'm not seeing that Jade did this. I don't think that's what the defense is putting up. The defense is putting up that Jade did this to herself. I can't get there. I just can't get there. And yep, please censor because of YouTube, you guys. We don't want to have to delete your comments, but we will. Just put an asterisk in there. Those that have been with us for enough know to do that. So anybody that's new, just put an asterisk in there. Just misspell. Or call it rugs or something else. So let's see. S-Bar, you are guilty. The timeline shows only he could have done it. Yeah. All right, so AWOL saying, I think they're trying to get third-party culprit without saying it out loud, which would be Nigeria, and I'm just not seeing Nigeria either. I'm just not seeing it. I was more on the fence up until like yesterday and even today. I'm just not seeing anybody but Blaise doing this. Yeah, the more this trial goes on, the more I'm like, I think he did it. But that's just me. I don't think Nigeria did it. I certainly don't think Jade did it to herself. Yeah, and you can go by process of elimination. If not Nigeria and Blaise, if not Nigeria and Jade, then who else was there? It's Blaise. And it is process of elimination. That's just the way it works. But we will see. We'll see what the jury comes back with. Elaine, no way Jade did this to herself. I think it was Blaise, as he never wanted the little one or any other from the ex-girlfriend. Nanny, is anyone else shocked that they are trying harder to point the finger at her friends that came by? Well, as AWOL said, it's third party without saying third party, but I think that's just a leap. That's just a leap too far. That's a leap too far. CCG TV says, I don't think he is innocent, but I do not think prosecution has proven case beyond reasonable doubt. I was there yesterday. I was definitely there yesterday. I think I'm more solid. I think I'm more solid today. But I'm you know, I get wishy-washy a lot because I don't want to put somebody in jail unless it's like Sarah Boone, you know, or Donna Adelson. You know, those are like, yes, you are going to jail, you know. So that means I have reasonable doubt, I guess. I guess you could say I have reasonable doubt. But the but that goes with that is Jade needs justice, you know. So if not Blaise, then who? It wasn't Jade. It wasn't Najaya. It wasn't some disgruntled neighbor. He had opportunity. He had a motive. The only thing we don't know is the means. Same with Corey. Corey was the same. Corey and this trial are very, very similar, this case. Corey, we found definitive proof that she reached out to known dealers and they secured and they testified, and her digital data proved that she was guilty. So with Corey, that was like a no-brainer. I guess the only thing that's giving me pause is there's no digital data showing that he reached out to somebody, he traveled somewhere. You know, I think that's the only thing that would give me reasonable doubt. And is that enough for reasonable doubt? I don't know. It would be the means, right? Because he had the motive, he had the opportunity. It would be the means. How did he get a hold of this liquid? How did he get a hold of it? That would be my only question. Oh, Evangeline, thank you for the trophy cake. Very cool. Thank you for that. And thank you for the likes. Yeah, let's see. Where are we at? Where are we? How many likes do we have? Hold on. All right, cool. We're at 202 likes. So thank you guys for the support. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the 202 likes. If you can hear my voice and you have not hit the like button, please do so. S-Bar, it's shady that his phone is gone. Yeah. Yep. He pulled a Higgins. Right? Where's that phone? And his iCloud, they pulled his iCloud, right? I mean, there was nothing on his iCloud. Unless he got, right? Did they pull his iCloud? I was running errands, so I was kind of in and out that day. So the state says the issue is iCloud. Honor didn't rule on that. We're going to use it. Sorry. Why is state looking at iCloud outside the scope of search warrant? That was a little. Oh, that was. So they did look at his iCloud. It's okay. So they did have his iCloud account. So there's nothing on his iCloud account. That is cause for cause to pause. There was nothing on his iCloud. So here we go speculating. The defense has been speculating and giving hypotheticals all trial. So here I am speculating and giving a hypothetical. I don't know. This is a tough one. Yeah, Auntie, they did pull his iCloud, and there was nothing on there. There's talk to him and between him and Xavier, who he got pregnant and wanted to slip her a pill without her knowing. That's kind of shady on his part. If you believe Apple, I mean, there's big ifs. Yeah, there was nothing on that iCloud account. So is that reasonable doubt? Is that enough to get you to reasonable doubt? I think that's what it hinges on for me. That's what it hinges on. All right, looks like Judge is back.
She has it, yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
All right, where did we get our Dr. Larkin? Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God?
I swear. I got a little here, so thanks.
Good morning, Dr. Larkin. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Kelly Larkin, Kellyllarkin.
And could you please give the jury a little background as to your education as well as your employment experience?
Yes, I'm a board-certified emergency physician. I've been practicing for 30 years. I have a bachelor's degree in science. I have a master's degree in neuroscience. I have a medical doctorate. And following completing medical school, I did an emergency medicine residency training for 3 years. Following that, I was invited to take the board examination to become board certified. I took the written boards. Once I passed that, the next year I was invited to take the oral boards. Once I passed that, I was board certified emergency doctor. Since that time, every 10 years I have to recertify. So I've recertified twice now. And so I'm still currently a board certified emergency physician. And for the past 30 years, I've worked exclusively in emergency departments, mainly in Houston, Texas area.
And have you had any publications as it pertains to articles and or any kind of treatise?
I've had some publications from like graduate school and some small publications.
And have you had an occasion to also teach?
Yes, I've been a associate professor at University of Texas, so I've taught medical students, residents, paramedics, different emergency providers over the years.
Have you had the occasion to testify before and been certified as an expert in emergency medicine?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I would tender Dr. Larkin in the area of emergency medicine.
Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, this doctor deal out to give an expert opinion in emergency medicine her field, and you can place such weight as you choose to upon it.
And at this time, I would tender to the court Dr. Larkin's curriculum vitae.
Okay, page 63.
Dr. Larkin, in preparation for your testimony today, did you review any of the materials that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the medical records, the EMS records, the 911 call, some of the toxicology reports, some of the transcripts from some of the testimony this week. At least that much. Probably some other things too.
I want to go right to it and take you to, Josh. I want to go right to the 911 call on February the 25th, 2023. Do you remember reading the information in regards to that particular call made by Blaise Taylor?
Yes, I do.
And did you have the opportunity to also read the EMS and the fire department's records as it relates to that 911 call?
Yes, I did.
And, well, before I do that, let me ask you, have you had the opportunity over the course of your career to treat overdoses?
Yes, I have.
Over the 30 years that you have practiced emergency medicine, how many overdose cases would you say that you have treated?
Many. It's pretty common. So there's different types of overdoses, accidental and intentional, but probably 400 or 500 over 30 years.
Have you also had the occasion to treat patients who ultimately pass away and expire?
Yes, I think unfortunately all emergency physicians do, and probably 10 or so deaths in the emergency department per year, maybe some early on years in the trauma center more than, significantly more than that.
Okay. And in regards to those overdoses, those 400 to 500 overdoses that you've treated and experienced over the last 30 years, did any of them have to do with illicit as well as prescription substances?
Yes.
Now I want to draw your attention to the 911 call on February 25th, 2023, made by Blaise Taylor. Can you tell the jury, did you read some of the symptoms that were explained by Blaise Taylor in regards to what he felt he was witnessing at the time?
Yes, so I read it. I also did listen to the 911 call as well, and I did listen to the symptoms he was describing.
Did you listen to any other person's description of Ms. Benning's symptoms as the medical episode was happening?
Her friend Nigea had a around 6 minute phone call prior to the EMS arriving and kind of overlapping into that, well, prior to the 911 phone call. So there was a little description as well in her testimony this week.
And what symptoms, if any, stood out to you?
So if we start with her friend Nigea, the phone call started, and the way it sounds over those 6 minutes, towards the end of the call, she was not really able to understand what Jade was saying, whereas in the beginning of the phone call, she could understand what Jade was saying.
And what about any of the symptoms that were described by Mr. Taylor?
Yes, so Mr. Taylor described to the 911 operator a couple different times. Initially, he said that she had spit coming out of her mouth and that she was shaking. And then as the 911 operator was asking more questions about her status, he said that it sounds like she's snoring.
Was that a significant symptom to you?
It's a very significant symptom. We worry a lot. So snoring in a normal patient, this is not normal sleeping, is really a medical emergency. It means that they're relaxing the muscles in the back of their throat, impending respiratory arrest, not able to continue to breathe normally. So, and what's interesting is, I work in a emergency department where we have a lot of cancer patients, and so we give a lot of fentanyl in particular and a lot of opioids, and we really watch when we're giving those doses to make sure, and if the patient starts snoring or we see that that's too much, we realize they have to be reversed. So it's something we're very familiar with and very concerning.
And if you could look on your screen, do you notice there that you'll see on line 48, do you see what it states there?
Yes, on line 48, that's where Mr. Taylor mentions it sounds like she's snoring.
And would that be the symptom that you thought was very alarming as you just described?
Yes, it is.
What, if anything, does that tell you? Well, before I ask you that, were there any other symptoms that you felt like were important?
I think those are the most important. We knew that she was breathing during this time period. That's mentioned several times by Mr. Taylor as the EMS operator was speaking to him, but those symptoms are very concerning.
And why do you feel like they're concerning?
Because, as I mentioned, when someone gets to that state where they're not breathing normally, or they have sonorous respirations, that means that they're not getting oxygen delivered around their body, to their brain, to their heart. They're not getting rid of the carbon dioxide that's bad for our body. And so when those things start piling up, then that's when you can have a heart attack. That's when you can have a cardiac arrest, because if you stop breathing first, it's just a matter of time till then your heart's going to stop because it doesn't have enough oxygen.
And did you actually see, as you just described, that in this medical incident with Ms. Benning?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity in preparation for your testimony today to not only listen to the 911 tape, but to look at the emergency records in this case? If you could go back, Judge.
Yes, I did.
And what I mean by that is from EMS and the fire department. If you could blow up the pre-hospital care report, the second one. There we go. Yes, thank you. Do you notice in this report narrative where it states that the patient's boyfriend stated the patient was 4 months pregnant?
Yes, I saw that.
Now, I want to also ask you, did you also review the Emergency Communications Center information?
Yes, I did.
And did you also review another CAD incident report from the emergency center?
Yes, I did.
Did you, in your preparation today for your testimony, see where there was any other or any place where Mr. Taylor described this incident as an overdose?
I did not.
Did you see that someone did describe it as an overdose?
Yes.
And who was that?
So initially, it says that Medic 35 was dispatched to the location for an overdose. So the way that works is typically the 911 operator would have sent information to dispatch the ambulance, and they would have told them that was what their initial dispatch was for an overdose.
Did you have an opportunity to listen to the 911 call that Mr. Taylor made in regards to this incident?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever describe this as an overdose?
He did not.
Did you have an opportunity over your course of the 30 years in the emergency room? It's fair to say you see many emergencies.
Yes, we do.
Where do you currently work?
I work at University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center Emergency Department in the Houston Medical Center.
And prior to that, where did you work?
I was at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Center for 20-some years prior to that.
And in all those years, were you practicing emergency medicine?
Yes.
So have you had the opportunity to come in contact with many families who had loved ones who were experiencing significant medical emergencies?
Yes, every day that I worked.
And sometimes those medical emergencies ending in death.
That's correct.
And can you tell this jury whether or not there's any one way that you've seen a person respond to a familial medical emergency with a loved one?
Absolutely not. Everyone behaves differently in these emergency situations. I think it's common. Everybody behaves differently in just any emergency situation. So now if you're in an emergency department and a loved one is sick or something is going on, some people are calm and you can tell they're upset. Some people are a little more excited. Everybody responds differently. I could never describe that one way to do it. There's no right way to deal with that. I can't imagine being in a situation on the other side of it.
So I now want to draw your attention to when a patient arrives at the emergency center. Okay, are there situations when a patient would have to be intubated when they get to the emergency center?
Yes, that can happen.
Have you had the opportunity to see whether or not Ms. Benning was ever intubated?
Yes, I did.
And did you find whether or not, did you determine when she was first intubated?
So intubation is actually a process where a tube is put down into the trachea to breathe for them. But in Ms. Benning's case, the EMS put a temporary airway in right away in the ambulance, which is a very common thing to do. And so a tube is put down, and it works well to breathe for a patient for a temporary measure. What happens then, we get them in the emergency department, and now we need a little bit more permanent measure that's for sure a secured airway, and that's what's called intubation. That's when you see it on TV, they go in with the scope, they look in, and then put the tube down, and that tube stays in there, and that's breathing for them. So that actual intubation followed the temporary airway, but that intubation happened at Vanderbilt in the emergency department.
Okay. And was there any medication that was given to Ms. Benning to assist with intubating her?
Well, yes. So one of the medications, she received succinylcholine in the emergency department.
Is that a common medication that is given to a patient when he or she is being intubated?
Yes.
What is the purpose?
It's a paralytic, so typically you want to give a sedative and a paralytic for a patient to intubate them. That's basically the definition of how you intubate someone.
Did you have an opportunity to review all the medical records? Well, let me ask you, do you see anywhere here on these medical records in front of you? We'll start with page 55, where you see the paralyzing agent succinylcholine given to Ms. Benning.
Yes, I see that in the ED notes.
Okay. And I should ask, is this in fact...
I object to misstating the medical records. Testimony that was not given because Ms. Benning was dead. All right.
And that's the reason...
101.
That's the reason we're going into the records, Your Honor.
Okay, you can cross-examine as you see fit. So this is her opinion.
Do you see on page 55 right in front of you? Are these the medical records of Ms. Jade Benning?
Yes, these are the EPIC medical records from Vanderbilt.
And can you circle, if you can, the top right corner with your finger where it states these are Jade Benning's medical records? Can you circle, if you see where it says ED notes, And if you were to go down there,
Oops, sorry.
if you were to go down maybe 9 or 10 lines, do you see where it says paralyzing agent succinylcholine?
Yes, I do.
Could you circle that for the jury, please? And could you read that for the jury, please, that notation that's made?
Yes, so in the ED notes, it says paralyzing agent, succinylcholine, injection, 76 milligrams, and then it gives it was given on 2/26/23 at 00:52.
Would that be the late night, early morning of February 26th?
Yes, early morning.
And as an emergency room doctor, does this state to you that Ms. Benning was in fact given succinylcholine?
Yes, she was.
And based on your review of the records, was she given that in an effort to help intubate her?
Yes, it's in the other notes as part of the procedure to do the actual intubation.
And it is your representation that this was, in fact, in the emergency room?
Yes, it was.
The emergency department?
I'm sorry, yes, it was.
I want to now draw your attention to page 90. And if you could clear your screen, please, at the bottom.
How do you do that? Oh, clear. Okay.
On page 90, are these two Ms. Jade Benning's medical records?
Yes, these are her records.
Could you circle her name?
You don't have to get her to circle. It's right there in the report.
Do you see where Ms. Benning was, or at least succinylcholine, in these records as well? Also, those are. Move to the next page, please. To page 90. So we can move forward. So let's now go to, was there a time when Ms. Benning, based on your review of the records, was getting fentanyl?
Yes, she received fentanyl.
And do you see when and where she was given fentanyl?
Yes.
If I could, can I get the envelope, please? Do you see the highlighted area there on page 562?
Yes, I do.
Records. Could you describe to the jury what it means here when it says fentanyl ADS override?
So that's when they actually just pulled out the fentanyl to administer.
Okay. And based on your review of the records, was she ever given fentanyl at this date and time?
She was not.
I now want to draw your attention to page 567 of Ms. Benning's medical records. Do you see the highlighted areas there?
Yes, I do.
And is this in reference to the medication fentanyl?
Yes, it is.
And was she given fentanyl at this time?
Yes, she was.
And what time do you see notated in the medical record of Ms. Benning as to when she was first given fentanyl?
So her initial infusion of fentanyl was 2/26/23 at 00:39.
So
I'm sorry, 00:41. So
okay.
the pull and the, I think that's enough the time. Yes, 00:41, 00:45 I have where the infusion started. So there may be another page of this as well.
Okay. This is page 727.
That's correct.
Okay. You could go ahead and explain to the jury what this is stating.
So this tells you that the infusion starting, the time that's highlighted on the right is 00:45 for the actual infusion starting.
Okay, and when does it end here in this medical record?
Oh yes, I can see. I'm sorry. I should put my glasses on. But the end date on this infusion and at this rate was 2/27/2023 at 18:43 or 6:43 p.m.
And in your review of all of Ms. Benning's medical records, is that where you see she was initially given fentanyl at Vanderbilt Hospital?
That is when she initially got fentanyl, yes.
I now want to go back to page 90 of the medical records. Do you see there in reference to the medication succinylcholine?
Yes, I do.
And what is this record representing?
So this is on the ED timeline. So this is basically step by step everything that goes on in the emergency department. And this shows you that at 00:15 that there was an order placed for succinylcholine.
And is this too in the emergency department?
Yes, it was.
I now want to draw your attention to page 562 of the medical record. What does this represent, Dr. Larkin?
So this is the succinylcholine, again the pull, so that's taking out the succinylcholine out of the machine to be able to administer the succinylcholine. So that shows it was taken out.
Thank you. And based on your review of the medical record, I'm sorry, I will go to page 567. What does that represent?
So this is showing you that the succinylcholine injection of 76 milligrams was completed, and it tells you who had ordered it initially, and then it tells you the nurse that acknowledged that as well.
Okay. And does it state completed?
Yes, it does.
What does that mean?
That means that the order that had been made to give the succinylcholine actually was completed, so it was given to the patient, and that goes along with the other one we saw earlier that said when it was given.
And is that again in the emergency room?
Yes, it was.
Now I want to now draw your attention back to. Is it working? And you can go back, Josh, to the records of the litigation, of the toxicology reports. Did you have an opportunity to review the toxicology report from NMS 2312985?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn from the review of these records that this was in fact vomit on a comforter that Ms. Benning vomited during the evening as a result of her medical incident?
Yes, I understand that.
And did you consider that too to be a symptom in regards to her medical condition?
Yes, it's not uncommon as someone is having respiratory difficulty or other problem that they have some vomiting.
Did you notice, based on your review of any of these toxicology reports, have you had the opportunity over the 30 years of your practice to have to deal with toxicology?
Yes, so as an emergency physician, you get trained in toxicology. We obviously have patients that come in and we have to look at reports regarding toxicology.
And you're not claiming to be an expert in toxicology, are you?
I am not.
Okay. Did you notice in the records, lab reports of Ms. Benning from NMS, whether or not you noticed that coca-ethylene was present in her system?
Yes, coca-ethylene was present in that NMS sample that we're looking at.
Thank you. Have you ever had an occasion over the course of your career to treat a fentanyl overdose?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever had an occasion over the course of your career to treat a cocaine overdose?
Yes, I have.
And could you describe for the jury what you would expect to see after 30 years of working in the emergency room department? Have you had an occasion to deal with cocaine overdoses?
Yes, so they're almost opposites of each other. So cocaine is more of a stimulant, and then fentanyl is more a depressant. So cocaine overdose, typically when we see them in the emergency department, they've got fast heart rate, they're anxious, they're hot, they might be breathing normal or fast. They can be paranoid, they can be excited, but they're kind of the symptoms that go along with the cocaine. They come in maybe with chest pain because their heart's beating so fast or their blood pressure is so high. So it's all of those things like that are amped up on the system. So the difference with fentanyl is classically is there's more drowsiness, and I think I described that we see it sometimes in the hospital when we give a little bit too much fentanyl to try to treat someone's pain. We have to watch out for them getting too sleepy. But with fentanyl, again, the respirations tend to slow down. It's a little more gradual of a change versus like the cocaine. Like I said, they're hyped up and they've got things going on that are fast. Typically, in the fentanyl overdose, we see that they slow down their breathing. They end up having a respiratory arrest, and after that, again, if the oxygen doesn't get there to the heart and to the brain, then they can have a cardiac arrest. And that's typical progression.
And can you describe to the jury what a fentanyl overdose looks like?
Yes, so as I mentioned, the fentanyl is when they have typically the respiratory arrest. They might be awake and talking, but then all of a sudden they get a slurred speech, or they get quieter, or they start not feeling well and sleepy, and then their breathing starts slowing down. They could have snoring, as we talked about earlier, and then eventually the lack of oxygen can cause worsening things like a cardiac arrest or just a demise at that point from lack of oxygen to the brain and to the heart and the other organs.
And did you take a look at all the symptoms that were described of Ms. Benning in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to opine as to, based on the symptoms that were described, what was more consistent with the episode that Ms. Benning was having?
In this case, it's definitely more consistent with fentanyl. And, unfortunately, we're seeing more and more of that over the past several years. It's just increased. And it's adulterated drugs. It's not necessary. People know that it's in something that they might be taking. And that's when we see these tragedies and these accidental ingestions of the fentanyl. So to that end, this is more of a fentanyl presentation where, like I said, in this case, she started talking to her friend Nigella. By the end, she really couldn't understand her, so maybe she was getting more not able to speak as well. And then, as Mr. Taylor describes, she's laying on the bed, she's not really responding much, she's snoring, she's got some foaming coming out of the mouth. All those things go along with fentanyl, not to say couldn't have been something else. We know what we see a lot of is mixed things now, and unfortunately what we're seeing is a lot of cocaine that now has fentanyl in it, and that's been kind of the fourth wave of things that we're seeing. So we have to watch out for that. So to answer it, the fentanyl is more likely to be definitely part of this overdose.
As a medical professional in an emergency room, did you notice that Ms. Benning had fentanyl in her system prior to receiving it at Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And are you able to opine that fentanyl had nothing to do, given all the medical records that you reviewed for Ms. Benning, to do with her medical episode?
Can you restate, please?
Can you opine that fentanyl had nothing to do with the medical episode suffered by Ms. Benning, based on the records that you've read?
No, so fentanyl, we know fentanyl was present, and it was present prior to her getting fentanyl in the hospital.
Yes, check. All gets cross-examined, but that is not what is in the record.
Okay. She's just indicated it is from her perspective, so go ahead.
Now, finally, have you had the opportunity to review the autopsy report from Ms. Benning?
Yes, I have.
And in reviewing the autopsy report, was there anything specific in regards to Ms. Benning's heart that stood out to you?
Yes, and I believe the medical examiner mentioned it as well. There was a enlargement of the left ventricle of the heart, and also the myocytes of the heart. It just means the cells that are in the heart, and they were enlarged in that left ventricular area. And that can be caused by several things like long-standing high blood pressure and other things. But again, that can be consistent with just something chronic, meaning you can't make big cells in that part of your heart quickly. It didn't happen with this event. It's not acute. It had to happen over time. So one of the chronic things that can cause this over time is just cocaine use over time can cause those myocytes to be large and that ventricle to be enlarged.
Now, to be fair, are there other things that could cause this type of myocyte hypertrophy?
Yes, so other things that make the heart work harder, like I said, high blood pressure, other heart problems.
In reviewing the records of Ms. Benning, did you have the opportunity to review her OBGYN records as well?
I didn't focus very much on those, no.
Okay, thank you. And what do you notice here in regards to what is notated in Ms. Benning, actually, to be fair? Is this the autopsy of Ms. Benning?
Yes, it is.
What did you notice here?
This is what I just referred to. Basically, sections of the ventricle. The ventricle is one of the top chambers of the heart, and per this note, or per the report, it says they revealed focal myocyte hypertrophy. Big fancy words, but it just means the cells in that area were bigger than normal. And again, that's a chronic finding, not an acute finding.
When you say chronic versus acute, does that just mean one episode can't cause this?
Correct. This wasn't caused from the episode that caused her demise. This was something that had to have been going on prior to this to cause this.
And could you then read from page 5 of 5 of Ms. Benning's autopsy report, the highlighted area?
Yes. So histologic exams, which is basically looking at the cells on a microscope. The histological examination of Ms. Benning's organs reveals focal myocyte hypertrophy, the same thing we just talked about, in the heart, but no myocarditis or infarction. So in a case like this, when we have a young person who dies, the MEs are looking to see, could it have been a heart attack caused from something such as cocaine. We see young people that have that. Or could it be a myocarditis, which is an infection of the heart that can cause this kind of thing? The ME did not find those, so she just noted those as negatives in her report.
And the medical records that you reviewed, Ms. Benning, was there anything you seen in those records that would notate that she suffered from high blood pressure?
No.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
Questions from Ms.
Dr. Larkin, as you said, you are not a toxicologist, correct?
That is correct.
And neither are you a forensic pathologist, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Aaron Carney is a forensic pathologist and expert in that field. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, talk about some things you reviewed. How much of the testimony, have you been in the courtroom to listen? We have our backs turned to the audience, obviously, but have you been in the courtroom to actually listen to the witnesses?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you reviewed any of the daily transcripts of the witnesses' testimony that began on Tuesday morning?
I have looked at some of the transcripts.
Okay. Have you looked at Dr. Olashoga's?
No, I have not.
Okay. He was the emergency room doctor who was the first doctor to see Miss Benning, correct?
Yes, I apologize. I did look at that. I forgot the name.
Okay. And Dr. Olashoga's testimony, which you read and considered, she arrived essentially dead, correct?
I mean, I don't believe she arrived dead. I mean, I don't think as an emergency doctor at that point we may make that same thought that he did. You know, when they arrive and they have no pulse and they're not breathing, yes, that's a correct statement. But when you go through what they did to revive them, then you can actually return someone back.
Yes. Brought back from the dead. That's what Vanderbilt and Dr. Olashoga did, correct?
So cardiac arrest, yes.
Yes.
Agree.
And she was intubated without the need for any medication because she was feeling no pain. Is that not correct?
I don't think anyone can say that, but I know she received medications.
After she was intubated, correct?
I believe the succinylcholine was at the intubation time.
There's only one intubation, right?
There is only one.
Because when she was removed from the emergency department to the ICU unit, they don't take it out at the emergency room and then redo it later, correct? There's one intubation.
One intubation, and that happened in the emergency department. That's correct.
Correct. And without going through all these pages and things, would you agree the medical records that are in evidence speak for themselves about when medication was administered and when it wasn't?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And so, if the, butcher the pronunciation, you pronounce it.
It's succinylcholine.
Succinylcholine was administered in the ICU because after she had been resuscitated, she was having seizures and body movements that would be consistent with proper medical procedure, correct?
Yes, you can use succinylcholine other times, absolutely.
Because it's a paralytic.
Yes, it is.
Was it given in the ICU or the ER?
I believe it was given both, and from what he's saying.
Again, if the medical records, Dr. Olashoga's testimony, and do you agree that the records
Hang on, Robert.
Got it.
that Ms. Benning was intubated on 2/25/2023 at 22:06 hours. Is that correct?
I would have to look to verify that, but if that's what you're seeing in the record.
Well, again, the records are what the records are, and testimony has been to that effect.
Yes, sir. I just don't have it in front of me to confirm that.
So that's not a note that you would have made when reviewing Dr. Olashoga's testimony?
I didn't make any notes when I reviewed it, so I didn't make any timing on that.
Okay. Let me just ask about that. When did you do these reviews of the, obviously you could not have reviewed the testimony until it happened, so that would have been this week, correct?
That's correct.
So when did you do that? This week or over the weekend?
So I probably towards maybe Friday, I may have looked at some of the transcripts, and then over the past day, I've also been reviewing.
Prior to the trial starting, counsel asked you about reviewing a number of things, including the 911 call, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you review that?
Just recently, I listened to it, I know yesterday, and then I got the actual transcript of it.
Well, since recently could be a term subject to interpretation, when were you retained and or become involved in this case?
I believe 3 months ago, approximately.
Okay. Recently?
Yes.
If we're talking years?
Yes.
As opposed to months. So, 3 months ago, what was the first thing you reviewed?
I'm guessing I probably would have gone to the medical records initially and then the EMS records.
Well, don't necessarily want you to guess, but the Vanderbilt medical records are voluminous, correct?
Yes, 1,331 pages.
And the autopsy report.
Yes.
You would have reviewed that. And the EMT documents, the runs, you read those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you not agree that part of the reason for this is so you can have the facts correct to be able to make an informed opinion?
That's correct.
All right. And so if you provided us information that the EMS was a guy, that was wrong, correct?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Document that you provided to us.
Oh, so that EMS guy was the 911 call. That was just, those are notes. It's not a report.
Okay. But the EMS guy, so you're saying now that was the 911 person as opposed to the paramedic. Is that right?
Well, the paramedics, I believe, were both females, so I may have put that wrong. But again, those are just some very informal notes.
Well, again, but you're putting down on paper your memory of the facts, your knowledge of the facts, correct?
I can, yes.
Right. So if you say the EMS guy said he thought it was an allergic reaction, he didn't check a pulse until he got her into the ambulance, that would not be the person answering the 911 call, would it?
It may not have been.
Did you review the testimony of Najee Jackson?
I did look at some of that, yes.
Just some of it?
That's correct.
So you know that during that call that Ms. Jackson was a part of, Ms. Benning said, "I can't feel my legs." Correct?
That's correct.
And said to Mr. Taylor, "What did you put in my drink? My drink tastes funny." Correct?
Yes.
And from that, we have some time go by before the 911 call. But you recall there being any mention of that, those symptoms on the 911 call? My legs. I can't feel my legs.
No, I don't believe so.
With respect to Dr. Olashoga, do you have any criticism of how he handled Miss Benning
No,
in the emergency department?
no.
He did everything you would have done, correct?
I believe so.
Including having tests run, such as they could be run from the emergency department, talking about to see what is in her system, correct?
Yes.
You do that.
Yes, I do.
Yes. And you get those results back as quickly as possible, correct?
We do.
It's not like weeks or months later that you're sitting or standing around the emergency department waiting for lab results to come back from a lab in Pennsylvania, correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Olashoga needed to have those tests run and got Dr. Broccolari as far as this was something that needed to be investigated, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And there's no fentanyl put into Miss Benning's body by Vanderbilt Hospital until 2/26/23 at 0:45 a.m. Is that not correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Now you talk about people that come in that you've seen in the Houston emergency room or the day before that. Was it Waco? Was it Baylor?
No, that's Baylor St. Luke's Medical Center in Houston.
Okay, in Houston.
Yeah.
Those people are alive when they present, correct?
For some of them, yes.
Well, have you had someone present who is determined to be dead because of acute cocaine toxicity in your emergency room?
Oh, I'm sure I have, yeah.
And that is Dr. Aaron Carney's cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Dr. Larkin, based upon that and your testimony about what is typical of cocaine, typical of fentanyl, in the face of all that, you're saying, it could be a fentanyl overdose, or it was a fentanyl overdose?
Well, we know there was fentanyl as well, and we know there was cocaethylene. I don't know that those were taken into consideration as far as the cause of death. I'm not saying there's not cocaine. What I'm saying is, by the presentation, what happened just prior, it appears that we know there's fentanyl, but the fentanyl was accentuating or causing this respiratory arrest.
And that's your thing. Could have been.
Yes, sir.
Because of that trace finding?
There's fentanyl was found.
You're basing this on the comforter.
I'm basing it on the comforter, and that sample that was also testified to by Dr. Methune and Dr. Jaguar.
Just one or two more things about getting the facts right. You would agree that's important?
Yes, sir.
To base any opinion on. And one of the statements in this report say on the day of her death, text messages indicate that Jade met with her drug dealer. That didn't happen, did it?
Again, that's not a report.
Forget that word. Is that a statement?
Okay, those were just personal notes for me that I put down somewhere along the way, and I don't believe that there's any documentation that happened. I think we just know that she had text message contacting with the drug dealer that day,
So
back and forth.
Excuse me, I didn't interrupt, but you put that in your notes as something you were relying on.
Not relying on something that I was going to be looking at, and obviously I would have corrected that if I had been given a time or asked to, do notes. I didn't do them until just recently when I was getting prepared for this. So if they're inaccurate, they're not complete.
So any inaccuracy, even about fentanyl at the hospital, would make your opinion essentially not acceptable, correct?
No, those aren't my opinions. I've given my opinions in my testimony in court under oath today, and those were, like I said, notes that I was going to review to get prepared for the case today, which I've done, and nothing that I've said corroborates something that's not a truth.
So if there is no fentanyl in Miss Benning's system when she arrived at the hospital, then it wouldn't be a fentanyl overdose, would it?
Well, we don't, we know there was some fentanyl there. It was never really tested for.
In her blood at the hospital, in her body at the hospital, regardless, there was no fentanyl detected, correct?
I believe that it was never tested for because there wasn't enough blood in the initial sample from 225 prior to getting fentanyl. I believe that Dr. Carney mentioned that.
But we'll see about that. Nothing else, John.
Any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have the Bible, please? Dr. Larkin, just a few questions for you. Wanted to draw your attention very quickly. When I asked you to take a look at page 55 of the medical records of Ms. Benning,
Yes.
what does that state to you?
It states that succinylcholine, paralyzing agent succinylcholine, was injected, 76 milligrams were given intravenously, 226/23 at 0052, and it's part of the ED notes again, which is at the top, so that was in the emergency department.
When it says ED to hospital admission, what does that mean?
That's just on all the records, and they start in the ED and then it's on the top, just all the records have that.
And right below that, when it says ED notes, What does that stand for, if you know?
So part of EPIC has a section for ED notes, and that just basically shows notes that were generated during the visit. There's other areas of the record, but these are just basically the notes.
And just so the jury is clear, what is EPIC?
So EPIC is a enterprise system. It's a electronic health record. So it's one of the biggest in the country. Everything that goes on in the hospitals or the doctor's office or anything that's related are all on an EPIC record. It's actually about 40% of the market share in the United States right now. It's a big product, and it's people may be familiar with MyChart. So if you have a MyChart, that's part of EPIC, and that's how you can talk to your doctors and you can get your medicines and you have your appointments. So EPIC is just all that medical record all being in one electronic location.
Okay. And then I will draw your attention to page 43 of the medical records. At the bottom there, where it says ED procedure note by the Dr. Olashuba. Do you see that?
I don't see that. I think you have to go further up. There we go.
I apologize. Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you notice what number 1 says?
Number 1 is intubation. That's the procedure we talked about earlier.
And does it say given or ordered?
Ordered.
Is there a difference between the two?
Yes. There's typically a note that says about the intubation that says attempted one time, what time that happened, and all that.
You say a date of service. What does that mean?
What is date of service? So date of service is the day that something happened, so you can have the date of service and also the time of service. So this date of service for this procedure note, which the procedure note is the intubation order, was at 2:25:23 at 10:06 p.m.
And so this says it was ordered at 10:06.
No, that's not what she said.
Yes, that says this procedure note says in the notes that at 10:06 p.m. this procedure was ordered, which was an intubation by Dr. Olashuba.
And so your testimony is this says ordered, right?
Yes, it does.
And this note says given.
Yes.
Okay, and what time is that?
So this is the succinylcholine that was given. Again, that was given 2:26:23 at 00:52.
And would there be a reason to give a paralyzing agent to someone who's dead?
You can intubate someone without a paralyzing agent, depending on their status, but you wouldn't necessarily need to do that if someone was dead.
Why would, as an emergency room doctor, why would you give succinylcholine to a patient?
Well, because I guess we got to be careful how we use the word dead. When we say someone's in cardiac arrest, they have respiratory arrest or cardiac arrest, that means they're not breathing, their heart stopped. So essentially, I guess we call that dead. But we're resuscitating them. So fortunately, as an emergency physician, these patients that get to that situation, we bring them back. We resuscitate them. It's something we do. So they may have, and you hear people that say, oh, I died twice because I had 2 cardiac arrests, but they are not dead, brain dead. You're not going to stick them, in the morgue at that point. You're going to finish your resuscitation and determine if they truly are dead or they're not.
And I understand that, did you have an opportunity to review any of these toxicology report records?
Well, I did look at them.
And again, you're not a toxicologist, are you?
I am not.
And is this number 231-29285?
Yes, it is.
Have you learned that that is assigned to the comforter that the vomiters of Ms. Benning was located on when she was having her initial emergency episode in her apartment.
Yes,
That is before she went to Vanderbilt.
that's correct.
Have you learned through your review of all the records that there was fentanyl present and the vomitus on the comforter?
Yes,
And is this a record, based on your knowledge, if you know, that states that?
yes,
And to be clear, you're not stating Dr. Olushalo did anything wrong, are you?
no,
And although Ms. Benning passed away, as stated in this autopsy of acute cocaine toxicity, when it comes to the manner of death, that could not be determined.
Your Honor, I object to that.
that's correct.
She has asked that be stricken. It's not a forensic pathology.
Yeah, this is a record that's in evidence.
Then there's no reason for this doctor to
Okay.
ask about it.
She's answered the question. Do you have any more few questions?
I do not. Thank
Okay.
you. I pass
Any
the
other
witness.
questions from the state?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step
Thank you,
back.
sir.
Any further proof on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
May we approach briefly, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right. Will they put on another witness? They said they had 10 witnesses. That's their 10th witness. Actually, it would be 11 with Dr. Mario Sambartolome. So, hey, good vibes. Welcome back. Defense should rest, Brat. Yeah, defense should rest at this point. I think the state, the state should put up a rebuttal. State should put up a rebuttal. There were some good witnesses there. Good witnesses from the defense. Well, although it seems like Dr. Olashuga didn't do anything wrong. He followed all protocol. They intubated her. So he ordered an intubation at 10:06, but she actually wasn't intubated until 12:52. Now, what's really interesting, and what is just this more confusion, is that ER nurse that testified yesterday said fentanyl was ordered, but then she wasted it. But then now they're saying in the medical records that it was actually administered. So it was administered. When was it administered? At 12:45. So that's pretty much around the time she was intubated. So the succinylcholine was administered at 12:52, and that was for intubation. The fent was given to her at 12:45. So they gave her fent at 12:45, succinylcholine at 12:52. So she was definitely given what? All right, seems like they're coming back.
Would you like for us to approach again?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what's going on. I have no idea. They approached, they came back, and then they're approaching again. I really have no idea. I don't know if they're going to call another witness, if this is going to be the state's rebuttal. I really don't know. I have no idea what's going on right now. They asked to approach. They came back. Now they asked to approach again. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. Talking about the next witness, talking about evidence. All right, here they're coming. Let's see.
Any other proof on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
Okay. Will there be any rebuttal proof from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who?
Dr. Carney?
Where is she?
She is
Oh,
right
that's
here.
not her stuff.
Judge, actually, the link did not work. I need a few minutes just so I can tell her a few things about the last two witnesses.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step down the hall, we'll break the lunch to 12:55. And other than Dr. Carney, any other rebuttal witnesses?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right, let Mr. Taylor step around to the podium. We'll cover his decision not to testify. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right. Go ahead.
Here, lead me in this thing. Mr. Taylor, you understand that you have the right, absolute right not to testify in this matter?
Yes, I do.
You also understand that you have the right to testify if you so choose?
Yes, I do.
And if you don't testify, the judge can tell the jury that no inference can be drawn from your decision not to testify.
That's correct.
You've consulted with your counsel in this case about that decision?
I have.
And your counsel's advised you and the advantages and disadvantages of either choice that you might possibly make?
Yes.
And after considering all those rights and the possible decisions and the ways you might make that decision, you've decided not to testify in this case?
Yes.
And that's your own decision?
Yes.
Nobody's pressured, forced, or coerced you into making that decision?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, you can have a seat. All right, we'll break from lunch. After we hear from the remaining witnesses, you'll give some thought to how long you want, from the attorney's perspective, closing arguments to be. All right, we'll be recessed till 12:55.
So they're not taking lunch, right? He said they're in recess until 12, right? They're not taking lunch? He said they're going to take lunch after they hear from the last witness. I'm pretty sure she said we're recessing until 12. That's only like 4 minutes. All right. I'm pretty sure they're not taking lunch. All right, so Blaise, Mr. Taylor is not going to testify. As we expected, there's really no reason for him to testify. State is going to have a rebuttal. They're going to bring Dr. Carney, who is the medical examiner. Erin Carney, she's going to come back up, and then they're going to break for lunch. I hope that's the way I think I interpreted that right. He said they're breaking until 12, which is only 3 minutes from now. And then I'm pretty sure he said, well, I'm going to wait here for 3 minutes, and if they come back in 3 minutes, then I was correct. If they don't come back, then I guess they're breaking for lunch. Yeah, the rebuttal witness. They're going to have a rebuttal witness. It's going to be Dr. Erin Carney. Dr. Erin Carney is she's the medical examiner. She forensic pathologist, medical examiner. So she's going to be rebuttal. Lunch after the witnesses. Okay, that's what I heard too. All right, that's what I heard too. Thank you, Fran. I think so too. Yeah. Dr. Carney via Zoom. So she's not there in person. She's going to come up via Zoom. Oh, maybe that's, yeah. Because he said, where is she? And I thought she said they're here. I thought State just said she's here. I don't know. Well, we're going to find out in 2 minutes. We'll find out in 2 minutes because it's almost 12 o'clock there. Sharon, there's going to be one. It's going to be Dr. Erin Carney. Dr. Erin Carney is going to be the rebuttal. So we'll find out. Oh, did he say 12:05? No, he said 12:05. Surely the last witness is going to be a rebuttal. It's going to be Dr. Erin Carney. Do we think closings will be today? I think he said. He said they're going to go to lunch and then they're going to do closings. I'm pretty sure he said that. They said she was here but had missed the witnesses because the connection didn't work. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that's right, because they were talking yesterday. The tech, the AV guy was saying it's on them. If they're buffering, it's their internet connection. They all looked back at us, right? And the guy's like, it's not us, it's them. All right, so you guys are saying, okay, thought they heard they were having to put up the connection up before she could testify. She needed a few minutes. Okay. All right, so that's what it was. Let's see. Night, was there any offer of a plea deal? Not as far as I know. I did not hear anything about a plea deal. So they're saying, so 12:55? He said till 12:55? A couple of you are saying law and crazy. You're saying 12:55? So are they breaking for lunch? Or I'm so confused. I'm so confused right now, you guys. I don't know what to do. Well, I guess we'll just stay here. Hold on, let me see what's going on over here. Anybody else know? Lunch until 12:55. That's what they said. He said 12:55. Or let me hear. All right, Super Bowl. You're gonna have to. Let me see if I can rewind this.
All right, we'll break from lunch. After we hear from the remaining witnesses, you'll give some thought to how long you want on the.
Okay, he said we'll break for lunch after we hear from the remaining witnesses. Give us an idea. Okay, so that was confusing because I heard we'll break for lunch after we hear from the remaining witnesses, but I think he said we'll break for lunch after we hear from the remaining witnesses. Yeah. Went back, listen, he said lunch after the witnesses.
It's pressured, forced, or coerced you to make that decision?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, you can have a seat. All right, we'll break from lunch. After we hear from the remaining witnesses, you'll give some thought to how long you want from the attorney's perspective closing arguments to be. All right, we'll be recessed till 12.
All right, in recess until 12:55. All right, so they are officially breaking for lunch. All right. I got it now. Thank you, guys. So they are officially breaking for lunch, 12:55. All right. Till 12:55, which is 1:55 our time. All right. That makes... He needed a comma there. You needed a comma there, sir, Mr. Judge. You needed to have a comma. All right. So they are breaking until 1:55 our time. All right. With that, I will get some kitty cam going here for you guys. And some music. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to go grab myself some food, and hopefully you guys will enjoy the soundtrack, and I'll get some kitty cam going for you.
I've been locked up with my fear, been lost in all these years. You're cute but not that cute, and I feel like I'm losing it. You know, it was never good enough, I know, but I can't get you on my mind. I need you here to keep me safe. 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 It's already nightfall, time to let you go. Words floating through the window, I still love you so. You know, you were never good enough, I know, but I can get you off my mind. I need you here to keep me safe. 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 How can I miss you if you never go away? How can I miss you if you... How can I miss you if you go away? How can I miss you? I need you here to keep me safe. I need you here to keep me safe. I need you here to keep me safe.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Up in a haze, wearing my darkest clothes. Smoke on the walls, flooding the hall. Feels like we're getting close. Taking the hit, think this is it. Give me the overdose. Heavy metal on my wrist, put it on and go. With my head up, know exactly what I got. Time to turn it up. Get everyone around us. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. 'Cause tonight, dance until we black. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. Gonna wake up with your face down. I can hear my feelings with the bass up. You're safe here, everything is blacked out. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. Gonna wake up with your face down. Feel your heartbeat speeding with the bass up. Everything is blacked out. They were holding me down, holding me back, holding me tight and close. Breaking me down, riding my back, down on my knees and toes. But I got up and I became stronger than before. Heavy metal on my fist, had to break the door. With my head up, know exactly what I want. Time to turn it up. Get everyone around us. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. Wake up with your face down. I can hear my feelings with the bass up. You're safe here, everything is blacked out. 'Cause tonight gonna dance until we black out. Gonna wake up with your face down. Feel your heartbeat speeding with the bass up. Everything is blacked out. Face up, face down, dance until you black out. Face up, face down, dance until you black out. Till you black out. Till you black out. Till you black. If you're on your own and the night is long and you're feeling burned out, it's another round, it's another song, dance until you black out. If you ever feel like you don't belong, time to put your hands up. It's the only place where we all come from. If you're on your own and the night is long and you're feeling burnt out, it's another round, it's another song, dance until you black out. If you ever feel like you don't belong, time to put your hands up. It's the only place where we all come from, dance until you black out. I can feel it coming on. Waves of crimson on my cheeks. Is it right or is it wrong? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under. Your eyes got brand new colors. My mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension. My mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it. I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it. Drown inside it. Tell me how I'm all you want. Everything you inside the tension. My mind is going crazy, baby. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it, or trying to fight it, or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it, or trying to fight it, or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. situation. I don't really have an explanation. So I found a new game to play. Thought I told you to stay away, but I see you're here anyway. So yeah, guess you're welcome to overstay. Just don't build up your expectations. It's not a good time to test my patience. And don't get in these situations. Cause you're chasing a hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Cause you got yourself into this. It's less enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list, and you are exactly where I want. Say I probably lost my mind. Well, you're welcome to try and find. But dear, don't you be surprised if I'm not here when you look behind. Guess I have my own destination, and you're staring at the wrong direction. I'm not looking for your confirmation. Cause you're chasing a hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Cause you got yourself into this. It's less enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list, and you say you're not gonna take part in this mind play. Well, that's just the kind of price that you gotta pay. Said you have to go, but now you kinda wanna stay. Kinda wanna stay. Cause you're chasing the hurricane, taking a name in vain. My God, it's such a shame. Such a shame. Cause you got yourself into this. It's less enter at your own risk. Now your name is on my list, and water me with tears. You say you wanna kiss me till the morning, till the light, the light. I wish that I was here for more than just one night, one night. Losing track of time, dreaming under stars above. It makes me feel so high, that's why I'm crazy for your love, your love, your love. Getting lost in your love, your love, your love. I'm getting lost in your love. The way you move, your attitude, that's all I need to get me in the mood. I wanna disappear with you, baby, I am good. You're all I need to get me in the mood. You say you wanna kiss me till the morning, till the light, the light. I wish that I was here for more than just one night, one night. Losing track of time, dreaming under stars above. It makes me feel so high, that's why I'm crazy for your love, your love, your love. Getting lost in your love, your love, your love. I'm getting lost in your love. The way you move, your attitude, that's all I need to get me in the mood. I wanna disappear with you, baby, I am good. You're all I need to get me in the mood. The way you move, your attitude, that's all I need to get me in the mood. I wanna disappear with you, baby, I am good. You're all I need to get me in the mood. The way you move, your attitude, that's all I need to get me in the mood. I wanna disappear with you, baby, I am glued. You're all I need to get me in the mood. doubters, doubters. To those who don't believe, this is the hour, hour. You'll see that we'll make ladders out of obstacles and stepping stones from roadblocks. Slip over the lines to say we won't cross, but your canyons like they're nothing. They won't see us coming. Scale all of the walls they built to hold us. We may be invisible, but we'll be unmistakable. We may be invisible. They may be blind to me, just wait and see. All the haters, haters, those filled with jealousy, the naysayers, payers for defeat. But we'll make ladders out of obstacles and stepping stones from roadblocks. Skip over the lines to say we won't cross, but your canyons like they're nothing. They won't see us coming. Scale all of the walls they built to hold us. We may be invisible, but we'll be unmistakable. We may be invisible. They may be blind to me, just wait and see.
Last time I warned y'all, now this time I'm just sending shots. Thought that I was some yes man, I'm about to show y'all that I'm really not. Me and mine was really on the bottom, now we way up at the tippy top. No bull, unless we talking flipping stocks. Don't mess around or you getting got. Can't see through it cause it's tinted out. Yeah, ooh, I'm on the way. Game time, who wanna play? I showed up just to ruin your day. Count my green till I'm blue in the face. I don't wanna talk, please give me my space. About to go ghost till I give me my grave. Flow too fast, can't keep with my pace. I'ma spaz on as soon as Quentin give me that bass. Boom, 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 boom. One out of smoke like a chimney. It's my turn like I'm Timmy. I pity y'all boys, think y'all big Mickey, y'all mini. I'm your favorite writer's writer. I'm on fire. I leave everybody retire. My team the only people I admire. My empire only second to Messiah. That's no boast. You don't wanna get too close. I explode with every single line I spoke. Remember when they laughed at me like I'm a joke? Now I control the master lines they quote. Haters talk now. Everybody quiet. Though surprised to see that I can go as high as I can go. Told you a long time ago that I'm. Wait a minute. What? I should. You lucky I don't.
Ain't nobody can touch my vision. Do it if I have to crawl. Trying to make the right decision. Nothing's gonna shake me off. Used to turn me on, now it's unknown. Yeah, my mind is gone. Used to turn me on, now I feel alone. And I'm getting old. Nothing to repeat, getting kinda old. Feeling incomplete, truly like they told me. Better take a break to satisfy my soul. Think I gotta go. I wasn't ready for the night. Used to turn me on, now those days are gone. Really should've known. Used to turn me on, now I'm on my own. Never been so old. Nothing to repeat, getting kinda old. Feeling incomplete, truly like they told me. Better take a break to satisfy my soul. Think I gotta go. Fading away, back to reality, lead me astray. How many fantasies are slipping away? I can take it all. Nothing to repeat, getting kinda old. Feeling incomplete, truly like they told me. Better take a break to satisfy my soul. Think I gotta go. Nothing to repeat, getting kinda old. Feeling incomplete, truly like they told me. Better take a break to satisfy my soul. Think I gotta go. I wasn't ready for it.
All right, welcome back, guys. Welcome back. How's everybody doing? Sounds like we went through our playlist. Hope everybody had a good break. We got live court starting in a few minutes. Wow, we've got a massive... Something's going through right now. Holy mackerel. Wow, we got something rolling through right now. Wow. Wow. Let me show you this. We got a storm rolling through right now, you guys. Hopefully we'll be able to stick around. I think so. Pretty strong storm rolling through right now. All right, the wind's calming down a little bit. I think it's just a really powerful storm. Seems like it's calming down. Yeah, the wind was like kind of whipping around, going all over the place, both sides. We're in Florida. We got some storms going through right now. All right, seems like it's calmed down. Seems like it's calming down. No, there was like the winds were like whipping around. They were going north and south and west, you know, like they do when it's all right, I think we're okay. All right, I think the worst has passed. Now it's just rain, not the wind. Whew. Hey, Hellrider. Yeah, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. All right, yes, Jenny G. It was kind of touch and go there for a minute. Seems like the wind has calmed down. Oh, worst isn't even here yet? Let's see. I think it's, well, I hope the app is behind a little bit. Yeah, I think it's, well.
That was kind of scary.
That was kind of scary.
Feeling like tornado vibes out there.
Yeah. All right. I think we're all right. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Ed Murgatroyd, how are you? Good to see you. Hope everything is okay in your little neck of the woods there. Hell Rider, hope you're doing well. Kaylee, lightning you don't like? Yeah. All right. Seems now it's just, oh, here, let me turn off the soundtrack. Seems now like it's just rain. All right. I think we're okay. Richard, how are you? Good to see you. I know you're dealing with a lot. Stay strong, Richard. Hope all is well. Hope everything is okay. Thanks for stopping in. I know you're dealing with a lot. Be well, my friend. All right. And Murgatroyd, you're doing good. Kathy, no, our cats don't really hide in the storm. They're fine. Polly does not like lightning, but that's when she was out. Or thunder, that's when she was outside. Now she's inside. She's okay. 92 and beautiful where you are. All right. All right. Hey, Mike, how are you? Is he guilty? Well, we're kind of split on that. We're definitely split. Yesterday, we were about 56 guilty, 44 not guilty. So I think we're still kind of split on it. I'll put up a poll in a little bit. Actually, I can probably end this poll. Let me see. Where'd that poll go? Now I don't see the poll. Oh, there it is. Here, let me actually pull this off. They should be back any second now. All right, let's get a new poll. New poll. Where do you stand now? Blaise is guilty. Blaise is not guilty. Just simple. Simple as that. Where do you stand now? Blaise is guilty. Blaise is not guilty. Tell me where you stand now. What do you guys think? Is Mr. Taylor guilty? Is he not guilty? We asked that question, let's see, when did we ask that? We asked that like a day or two ago. All right, let me see here. Has the state met their burden? So this was day 5. So this would have been on Sunday. I think we started that on Sunday. Has the state met their burden? 54% of you said guilty. 46% of you said not yet. So he was not guilty. So that's where we stood on Sunday. Now here we are. Jill, you think a hung jury? Yeah, we'll get to that. We can get to that. Where do you guys think? We'll get to the hung jury once they start to deliberate, if you think it'll be hung or not. I'm just asking right now, what do you think? What do you think? No, Wild Angel, I don't actually. I'm asking it now. I'm asking, what do you guys feel? I'm not asking if the state has met their burden. I'm saying, what do you think? This is not if the state has met their burden. This is, what do you think? Where do you stand now? So I don't have to ask the same question in the same way. I'm saying, what do you think? Tell me what you guys think. Not if the state has met their burden. What do you think? Tell me what you guys think. And then we can get into, if it's a hung jury, we can do that later. Amber, probably. Yes, we are definitely doing closings. He said that we were going to do closings. He said closings were going to be after lunch. I'm not comparing results. I'm not going to get in an argument with you. So.
All right, so the state's wanting to call Dr. Carney.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what, do this so I can factor in while that's going on, the best thing for the jury and the parties. What is the state thoughts on closing arguments time-wise?
I technically don't know the exact time. It would be at least 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes for my first close. If it goes longer, I pre-apologize.
Talk about total.
No, I was talking about for my first close.
So, total, what do you think it would be?
An hour.
I would say about 45 minutes.
For your total argument? The reason, we'll see how long this goes.
Your Honor, I have one request based off of their opening presentation. They had some photographs and different things in the, I think it was jurisdiction and maybe opening. Our request is just that anything that is shown to the jury during closing arguments is something that has actually been admitted as an exhibit.
Okay. I mean, that I would think is a given. Okay.
And Judge, I have a request, and that is at the close of the proof, whenever we get to that.
That's the big qualifier.
Exactly. If we could have a break, perhaps discuss the jury instructions.
Oh, sure, we'll have to do that. All right, let the jury think.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carney.
Good afternoon.
You were not able to hear the prior testimony of Dr. Lindsay and Dr. Larkin, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There was some testimony that was specific to fentanyl and whether Ms. Benning might have died from a cocaine and fentanyl overdose, which your autopsy result is that the cause of death was acute cocaine toxicity. Can you describe what, if any evidence did you have of fentanyl in this Benning system prior to her admission at the ED?
I don't have any evidence that she had fentanyl in her system prior to arriving at the emergency department.
And was there specific testing of the urine sample from 2259 that was tested specifically for fentanyl?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was negative, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that first blood that was taken at 2231, there was no fentanyl detected, but fentanyl, the specific drug of fentanyl was not part of that test. Can you describe what was tested and kind of what results were not present that give an indication that there was also no fentanyl in her blood?
Well, this commonly happens when we have someone who we believe has taken too much of a substance. They go to the hospital, they are unresponsive, and some testing is done on the urine to try to help direct the blood testing. In this case, we have an initial urine sample that is positive for cocaine and metabolites, no other drugs, no fentanyl. So when I have this limited amount of blood to work with, less than 2 milliliters, I really want to direct the testing so I can catch anything that's there, maybe that wasn't tested for already. In discussion with the toxicologist at Vanderbilt who had followed her for days and been trying to figure out what drugs might be in her system, we decided on testing for cocaine and metabolites since it was positive for cocaine initially and metabolites, and I wanted to catch that epidine methyl ester with it, knowing that the cocaine could break down. I tested for designer opioids. So these are the fentanyls that have the added chemical groups. So you can see it here on the list. There's furanylfentanyl and acrylfentanyl and all of these designer fentanyls, and all of those were negative. As well as one of the things that's been mentioned previously in this case, the 4-ANPP, which can be a precursor to fentanyl, could also be a metabolite. That was also negative, and the testing reporting limit was very low to try to catch anything that was there. It was negative. And then I think that was the bulk of my testing on that, and then we did the additional testing on the fetal liver tissue.
And the testing on the fetal liver tissue, you've testified about that before, but was there any fentanyl associated with that?
No.
And that's even after treatment in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And the levels of the subsequent test, which you referenced working with a toxicologist at Vanderbilt, is that Dr. Berkeley?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the subsequent testing of blood and urine, were those results consistent with her receiving it as medication in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the cause of death is acute cocaine toxicity, correct?
That's correct.
And there is no evidence that there was fentanyl in her system upon admission at the emergency department.
That's correct.
There was testimony by one of the defense experts that it was an assumption to say that Ms. Benning ingested something orally. Can you describe, you determined that it was ingested, and that is oral ingestion. Can you explain how you were able to determine that, and if it makes sense that it was not orally ingested?
When we look at one of the toxicology textbooks or toxicology books that I refer to rather regularly, and it gets updated on a regular basis with all new studies. The studies have shown kind of the average, or the ranges and the averages for the amounts of cocaine in cocaine intoxications that have been detected and tested, both in obviously controlled studies. You know how much they've taken and how much the amounts will be, but even in ones that have been treated in the hospital, whether they've died or not. And the levels that we see in Ms. Benning's blood are pretty much in oral ingestions. So, your nasal insufflation or snorting, your IV injections, you don't have this level in those sorts of cases. You really see it in the thousands like this when they've ingested it orally.
Which, that's part of that oral ingestion is because that level is so high. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But also we have that vomit from the comforter that also tested positive for cocaine.
That's true.
And when EMTs see the pink vomit on her mouth, but they also find her face down with her face on the comforter and the vomit stain is under her mouth, that is part of the evidence that you considered in determining it was oral ingestion.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we also have a witness who testified that Ms. Benning said to Blaise Taylor, "What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny." And you considered that, is that right?
I did.
Dr. Lindsay also made a comment that you determined that the cocaine all spontaneously hydrolyzed in the tube. That was the clear cap tube without the preservative. Does that make sense to you? And can you explain kind of what happened with the clear cap tube and then it hydrolyzed? Is that something that is commonly seen?
Yes, so that's something we kind of talked about before, how typically when we draw blood at the time of autopsy, we want to put it in a gray top tube that has that sodium fluoride to stop those enzymes from breaking down the cocaine, because it can continue to break down even after the person is deceased while it's still sitting there in their body and while it's sitting in the tube if you don't have something to stop those enzymes. We had a clear top tube which didn't have that, so the blood continues to break down. I've seen this on many occasions with hospital blood samples with maybe a prolonged time after death before autopsy, and so that's why we want to look for that ecgonine methyl ester. I found a study that was published back in the 90s, so this has been kind of a known thing for quite some time when you're looking at post-mortem levels of cocaine, that if you want an accurate estimate of the cocaine or accurate number of nanograms per milliliter of cocaine that's in the blood at the time of death, then you want to add the cocaine and the ecgonine methyl ester together, because that was all parent cocaine initially.
And this is not something that just you know, but is that something that the other forensic pathologists at the medical examiner's office, that is just a normal practice of how you would estimate the parent cocaine?
Yes.
And Dr. Bergaleri at Vanderbilt, y'all discussed that, and she in fact agreed with you. Is that correct?
I don't remember if we talked about the specific numbers after the fact, but we did talk a lot about the testing and what tests would be most appropriate to order and what we were worried about for her cause of death.
And Dr. Bergaleri also was aware of the cocaine on the comforter, and y'all spoke at length about if it was oral ingestion and the numbers and if everything lined up. And Dr. Bergaleri was in agreement.
I think we did talk about that because we had a meeting with several of us, and we discussed aspects of the case.
Which there were several meetings where everybody was meeting to kind of discuss what the levels were and make sure that everybody was in agreement of kind of what happened and what the tests showed. During those meetings, it came up where it was the lawyers were asking, could you determine how much cocaine was ingested? And the result of that was all of the toxicologists saying no.
That's correct. So the problem is, I can't remember, I may have mentioned this before, when you buy medication at the store, it's tested. There's, quality standards. You know that when you buy that over-the-counter medication like ibuprofen or Tylenol, you know how much is in each pill because it's been standardized, it's been tested, it's passed, those sorts of testing. With your illicit drugs that you buy on the street, you don't have that kind of testing. You don't know how pure the drug is that you're buying, how much is in this particular packet of powder or liquid compared to another one. You don't even know for sure what's in it. They may tell you it's one thing and it's something else. So there's really no way to say exactly how much amount or how many times, something was given.
And part of the high number is that oral ingestion and the other evidence that it was put into a drink and it was liquefied and in a liquid. Is that right?
So liquids or something dissolved in a liquid is going to absorb more quickly than something that's encapsulated, where the acid in your stomach has to eat through a capsule or has to break down a solid mass of the drug. If it's liquid, it's really just going to spread out and it's going to absorb more quickly.
And you previously testified about the one other autopsy case that had a similar level of cocaine concentration in their blood, and it was someone that swallowed some type of cocaine rock something in custody out of jail.
Okay, jury call. What's your question about that?
Well, Judge, I was restating her prior testimony so I could get to the question.
Okay, good.
You testified about that previously, and that has the same level as Jade's level in this case, similar.
Yes, it did.
And based on the facts of that case, it would not have been an inmate that would have ingested 16 to 8 balls.
I mean, it has to be something small enough that he has on his person and he could swallow it quickly while on intake, and then of course it affected him rather quickly as well.
And liquid cocaine can be lethal even at a smaller dose. Is that correct?
Well, again, we don't know how much is in it, so, it could be very concentrated.
And so we would not be able to guess that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And also, specifically, cocaine, you've testified to this, has a connection to placental abruption.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is very commonly known, that it is the one substance that has a direct connection to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, Judge, part of this is reiterating her prior testimony.
Okay, so she's answered that. What's your next question?
Can you describe how Jade Benning arrived to Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
How she arrived?
What was her state when she arrived in the ED?
She had no pulse. She was pulseless. She had no blood pressure. She was unresponsive and not breathing on her own. She relied on, medical therapy and other providers to basically do her breathing for her.
And Dr. Olashoga testified that she arrived to the emergency department dead. Would you disagree with that?
No.
They also had testimony from Dr. Larkin. She works in an emergency department. She's not a forensic pathologist. And she was testifying about snoring and agonal breathing. Can you describe when does agonal breathing occur? What are the circumstances?
So agonal breathing is that gasping for air type breathing that occurs when the brain is not getting enough oxygen.
And is there one thing that causes that, or one circumstance that causes that?
No. So anything that's going to deprive your brain of oxygen, so that right around the time of death. So it could be drugs, it could be a natural event. It's not specific to any one thing or any one drug.
And that is consistent with Ms. Benning's case of that acute cocaine toxicity?
Yes, so the oxygen is not getting to her brain as needed, and so she's having that agonal breathing.
And the circumstances of the EMTs finding her face down in the bed with the pink vomit under her mouth, can you describe if that happened after the agonal breathing? Is that consistent?
So at that point, it sounds like she's face down, in the comforter and she's vomiting and she's not conscious to be able to roll over and kind of protect her own airway so that she gets her face out of the comforter and out of the vomit so that she can breathe. So I would expect it would happen, around the same time or after the agonal breathing.
And would that be the same time that she would be going pulseless?
Yes, ma'am.
There was also some testimony related to someone who has consistent drug use. Was there if someone is using drugs consistently on a daily basis, do you find signs of kind of physical indications of that at autopsy?
There are things that we can look for. If you have someone who's smoking a drug, they may have more of that kind of black deposition in the lungs from where they're a smoker. We can look for if they're snorting it and it's something like cocaine that's going to constrict the blood vessels and could cause damage to the tissues. We can look for any sort of holes or damage to the nasal septum, the little dividing thing right that divides the two sides of your nose. We can also look for if they're an injection, if they inject their drugs. Look for needle marks, needle tracks, where they've injected repeatedly to the point where they've scarred that vein, and they often have multiple needle puncture wounds over that as well.
So there are physical signs that can be seen at autopsy that indicate the manner of use?
Yes.
And specifically to Ms. Benning's heart, there was testimony that the focal myocyte, is it
hypertrophy?
Thank you. That was indicative of long-term cocaine use.
I see scattered myocyte hypertrophy in many cases that aren't related to cocaine, that it's more of a natural cause of death, so I don't think that's specific to cocaine.
And did you have any evidence whatsoever that Ms. Benning was a cocaine user ever?
No.
And Dr. Carney, your expert opinion on the cause of death is acute cocaine toxicity, not a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Correct.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carney.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm all right.
I just wanted to talk with you about a few things. You stated that on direct examination that you had a meeting with Dr. Brucalari and others.
Yes.
And at that meeting, you guys were discussing the toxicology results for Ms. Benning?
Yes.
And who all was at that meeting?
Oh, we were discussing timeline of events and toxicology.
Do you have notes there in regards to that meeting?
I'm not sure. I know that there was the police and Dr. Berkeley and me, and I think General Norman may have been there as well.
And I'm sorry, did you have notes for that?
I did, but I don't see them here.
In that meeting, were you aware that Dr. Brucalari found that Ms. Benning did in fact have coca-ethylene in her system?
No.
She didn't share that with you?
I don't recall seeing those records. No.
Are you familiar with the CFSRE records?
I am now, but I don't remember discussing this then.
Okay. And now that you have seen the CFSRE records, have you since learned that Ms. Benning did in fact have coca-ethylene in her system?
I believe it was in the urine, and yes.
Okay, thank you. You testified earlier in regards to toxicology report that was a result of the blood that you sent to NMS. And I think you said that you had a very limited amount of blood to test for. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the reason you had a very limited amount, it wasn't because you didn't request enough, it was because you wanted the most accurate picture of what was going on with Miss Benning at the time she entered the hospital.
That's correct. We want the earliest blood sample if possible.
And the earliest blood sample, to be fair, was retrieved for medical purposes, not forensic purposes, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's why it didn't have the gray topper on top.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you ordered those tests on that blood for which you relied on for your results in your autopsy, you did not order the fentanyl test, correct?
Correct. I ordered the designer opioids, it's kind of specialty fentanyl test.
Right, but it's not fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And so if fentanyl was present, we wouldn't have known because you didn't order that test. Is that right?
Yes, I didn't order that test because it was not in the urine. So if it's not in the urine along with the cocaine, there was no reason to waste blood testing for something that's not there.
But to be fair, nothing was in the urine. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true. There was cocaine in the urine.
Which urine are you referring to?
The very first one.
The one for 225 and 2259?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, your blood sample was 225 and 2231, which was before the urine.
Yes, so cocaine was in both.
Okay, but you said you were relying on the urine.
Right, to help direct my testing because I didn't have a lot of blood, so I needed to direct my testing to things that I was concerned about. So the fentanyl had been ruled out in the urine and the cocaine was ruled in, but I wasn't sure that anyone had tested for the designer fentanyl, so that's why I tested for those.
So but just so that the jury is clear, fentanyl itself would not have shown up.
Not in this particular test.
Not in the blood, okay,
correct.
Just to be clear. Now, what test was that the fentanyl showed up in and 22, that did not show up? Is that 2259?
Yes.
Do you have a toxicology report number for that?
I don't have it here. I believe that was the CSFRE. That was the earliest urine that was tested.
Which test result was that?
That was on the 2259 urine. The CSFRE where they did the testing for the over 1,000 drugs.
Okay, I mean, what's the test number so that I can look at it?
I don't have that one here. I don't have that number right here.
Okay. In regards to the vomit, you will agree with me that the vomit was before the blood and the urine, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that fentanyl showed up in the vomit?
No. The findings it says for case sample was positive for cocaine and benzoylecgonine.
Did you learn later, if I could have the elbow, please? Just so that we're oriented, the 231, 29, 285?
Yes.
Which is for the comforter, you see that?
Yes.
Do you see here with the 231, 29, 285 that fentanyl is in fact present in the vomit? Did you know that?
The interpretation. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, she's going to explain.
Well, the interpretation here says the case sample 007, which is the fabric in the area with the visible stains, was also none detected for the presence of fentanyl.
Did you know that the reason that NMS may not indicate a positive is because it will be below the reportable limit,
yes.
Not necessarily because there's no indication of it. Are you aware of that?
Yes. I've never been told that there was ever any fentanyl in it.
And to be fair, Did you know that these records are part of what we call a litigation packet?
I did not know that.
And when you get your toxicology report results, they don't come with a litigation packet.
Correct.
Right. You have to request and pay for those.
Okay.
Are you familiar with pharmacokinetics?
Some.
Are you able to perform the pharmacokinetics calculations?
No.
Okay. That's for a forensic toxicologist, right?
Right.
Okay. And were you aware that Dr. Kotulski did not agree with your method of combining EME with cocaine to get a definitive measure of concentration level?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is misstating the witness
Okay,
testimony.
the jury's heard that. What are you wanting to reference about prior testimony without you determining whether it's correct or not?
No, Your Honor, I checked. It is.
See, there you go again. It's not up to you to check. These ladies and gentlemen of the jury are going to check everything.
Yes,
so
sir.
what is your question?
In regards to your testing to get an accurate picture of exactly what was going on as it relates to substances, a hair follicle test would be a good way to actually get a good picture of what type of drugs and or substances in someone's body. Would you agree?
Well, the problem with that sometimes, if you're worried about levels, is there's not a lot of studies or samples or experiences you can compare to with hair. They draw blood in people all the time when they treat them for intoxications or when they die and they do an autopsy. There's not a lot of hair testing to even compare to. So for hair, it's more limited in what you can actually do with the interpretation.
And I get it for the levels because there were a lot of tests here that didn't have levels. But it would have at least shown you what was present, wouldn't it?
What's in the hair? Sure. And show if there's any drugs there.
It wouldn't show?
Yeah, it would show if there were any drugs there, yes.
Thank you. As it relates to the, I know I'm going to mess this up, the focal myocyte
hypertrophy. Hypertrophy.
Thank you. Miss Benning was a young woman, correct?
Yes.
And otherwise a very healthy young woman, correct?
Correct.
Now, we're certainly not saying that the only reason that she would have an enlarged ventricle is because of cocaine use. Not saying that. No. But it is certainly a possibility, is it not?
I mean, something that will increase your blood pressure would cause your, heart cells to work harder. So you could say myocyte hypertrophy goes with things like that. So that could be a lot of different things. Cocaine is one of many on the list.
What other things would be on the list?
I mean, any sort of stimulant or, even, who knows, anxiety or genetic problems or whatever.
When you say stimulant, what is a stimulant?
Well, like fentanyl, methamphetamine, something that drives the blood pressure up.
When you were determining and making the decision as to what to test for, I think you said that you had done some research into Miss Benning, and with the cocaine, that was significant enough for you to stop there, right?
Well, it's not so much that it's stopped there, but we really want to, and this is the case because, like I said, the blood sample is limited. We want to kind of focus in on the things that we want to confirm, because otherwise, if you test for everything, you're going to run out of blood. You're not going to be able to confirm anything. So, in this case, we already knew that she was positive for cocaine, and we wanted to get a number. Like I thought I wanted a number that I could recognize. And then that was really the only positive test that she had.
When you were making your decisions, weren't you not making your decisions under the impression that she had no history of drug use?
mean, whether she had a history of drug use or not, you need to look at what are your positive tests. And then you can think about the history when you're looking at the interpretation of those results.
But weren't you told she had no history of drug use?
I was told that the only drug history she had was making some marijuana edibles in the past, and that had stopped when she found out she was pregnant. So no recent drug history.
Do you remember taking or giving a testimony previously in regards to Ms. Benning?
Yes.
And do you remember when you gave that testimony, I believe you stated that she does not have a history of drug use. She did not appear to want to take anything that would harm her child or herself.
Right. So knowing with her pregnancy, she stopped even with the marijuana edibles, and there was no reason to believe she had taken any drugs as of late.
But she did have a history of drug use, didn't she?
We talked about that. So you even showed me the transcript, and we talked about how I said she didn't have specifically like the cocaine, that sort of illicit drug use, that the only drug use I was aware of was the marijuana edibles.
Well, I'm looking at the transcript here. It doesn't say that. It just says no history of drug use.
Okay, but we talked about it on my direct, or my, I guess, cross the first time to clarify this.
And if you say that she did not appear to want to take anything that would want to harm herself or her child, how do you explain cocaethylene in her system?
I don't know how the cocaine was delivered to her, if it was absorbed in some sort of alcohol. I do not know how that was done or where the alcohol came from.
Would Ms. Benning not be able to taste cocaine and alcohol if she was given it unknowingly?
I don't know how much alcohol it might be, and I don't know anything about cocaine taste, so I can't help you with that.
Fair enough. And certainly when you, or before you came to any of your conclusions, you had met with law enforcement and the prosecution, correct?
So I met with law enforcement because I rely on law enforcement in their investigation when I'm determining manner of death. So it's very important that I know the circumstances of the case.
And that is where you learned she had no history of drug use, right?
The history that we've discussed, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just to clarify, Dr. Carney, your cause of death was not based off of the meetings with anyone. It was just the manner of death. Is that right?
Correct. So the cause of death is something I'll determine through the autopsy and the toxicology and the histology, the looking at the slides, all the work that I do on my end. I really refer to the investigation for manner of death.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any further proof from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any further proof on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, if you'll step back down the hall briefly, we'll get back with you. In terms of jury instructions and lesser included offenses, the court plan, as the case law points out, to charge the indicted offense, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide as to each of the 4 counts. Any comments, observations from the parties on that?
Totally appropriate. Yes, that's fine.
Are you requesting, Mr. Brand, or whoever is dealing with this, ask this based on discussion counsel, are you requesting the 4214 cause of death instruction?
I was just looking at that, Your Honor.
Co-counsel mentioned that the bench got, I don't know when it was, but it was out of the hearing of the jury that she was asking some of the questions because
That appears like that might be an appropriate instruction.
Vanderbilt and the family caused the death of the fetus.
I don't think the portion of that says, there's like a parentheses portion that says there's evidence in this case that the deceased required medical attention as a result of the injuries.
You talk about the 1, 2, 3, 5th paragraph?
Yes, I don't think that paragraph needs to be in.
Okay. But it's the defense position that this instruction should be given for the jury to determine whether it was reasonably foreseen, if in fact they find Mr. Taylor had anything to do with it, whether it's reasonably foreseeable that his actions was the proximate cause of the death. Or something Vandy or the family chose to do.
No, I have not.
Well, you asked, you grilled the family and other people about them deciding not to.
Sir, I asked one question, one please.
You asked multiple witnesses.
I don't think the argument is that there's an intervening cause. I think the question is just, the argument as I understand it is that it's more of a proximate cause, and I think that's probably, there are probably general instructions that address that. It's more of like a reasonable doubt kind of thing. I don't think we necessarily have to have that in there.
So you're not seeking 4214.
No, I don't know if that's the right one for this case. Because I don't think that's the argument that there was some kind of intervening cause.
Well, I mean, the question, that's even why I got to looking at it, wondering whether it should be in. I mean, there were questions about whether the family declined performing a C-section, what Vandy's advice was, whether the fetus was viable or would have problems, I think was one of the words that was used.
Yeah, I don't think, I don't anticipate that being an argument. I don't think we can go back.
Okay. Does the state have any input on that?
Hey, Your Honor, I believe the pattern 708, for example, the defendant, or one for whom the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim.
Are any other requests from the parties about the jury instructions?
The state has no special requests. Can't really think of anything.
No, give it a defense.
Okay. Parties need a break prior to closing?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
How long?
20 minutes.
And let me, I keep kind of coming back to this. Now, worry about things that maybe y'all are in the heat of the moment don't worry about, and that is if the jury gets this case in around 4:45 or 5 o'clock with closing arguments, a break till 2:05, and jury instructions is going to get us to that or more, we lose our alternates. So if they deliberate for ever how long they want to, they can stay up here till midnight if they want, but I don't foresee that happening.
Police court, that is one thing I actually was thinking about, would be to have the alternates come back in the morning for the concluding instructions and then dismiss them. So just for the sake of not excusing them and then sending them home.
Any thoughts on that, Mr. Brandon?
I think that's probably fine.
Okay. Doing closing arguments, making sure we have enough report back in the morning, and do the jury instructions with them starting that deliberation process fresh, so to speak.
May I, Your Honor, suggest something?
Okay.
May I suggest that they get the charge with the closing in the morning so that it's fresh and everything is on their mind then, as opposed to...
Then we just forego 2 or 3 hours of today.
Judge, what I was referencing is that last concluding paragraph of the instructions where it's like excusing the alternates, and you may now go.
I've never done that before.
We just say, I've seen that just where that last
the jury instructions
page.
And I'd give them to them and let them start deliberating.
I would just say that is, I think, an option to read the instructions, except for that last page, and say, I will have.
Well, then they come back tomorrow with little or nothing on their plate, so to speak.
Except deliberation, and that's a full plate.
Are you saying, Mrs. Hollins, you're not ready for your closing argument?
Well, I would like 2 things. It would be nice to have a little time to go through all the evidence. It's been almost 7 days worth of testimony. And then I do think that the jurors will appreciate hearing the closing arguments consistent with the instructions, and then starting fresh for a whole day of deliberation.
Judge, I can say,
they want to go on
a few times.
Charges.
The state would be in agreement.
See, well, then people don't like
But see, then in the morning, your 45-minute estimate and 1 hour estimate are going to change.
It'll be quicker.
Yes, it would.
More efficient.
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm going to hold you to the 1 hour we're setting. Fitz wanted 45, so we'll set an hour for each. All right, let the jury set that down. Let them go for the day.
So it sounds like he's letting the jury go home for the day, and they're going to do everything tomorrow, so that everything is fresh in their minds and they don't lose the alternates. So it sounds like the jury's going to go home for the day. Let's double check that. Time limit is 1 hour for each. You just put a time limit, 1 hour for each.
Members of the jury, after input from the attorneys who need, rightfully so, a small break, like 20 minutes or so, to gather themselves in terms of their closing arguments and things they may want to reference, factoring in that, plus closing arguments from both sides and the court's instructions to you, which will be a little over 30 minutes, it would probably just having, you can blame me for this if you don't like this decision because it's mine and nobody else's. I get input from the attorneys, but the best thing from my perspective is to recess for the day, have you come back in the morning. There's a number of other things that I consider after 600 plus jury trials. So just trust me on that. Come back in the morning refreshed, be to the point of closing arguments to you and the court's instructions, and then you would begin deliberating shortly after you come here in the morning rather than starting at 5 o'clock tonight, okay? Just remember what I've said about not discussing the case, going by any locations, looking things up, listening to anything in any kind of media outlet, social media included, and leave your notes up here. Tomorrow, report in the morning, 8:45, 8:50, and we'll get you up and get the case submitted to you. You can step out with the floor. Give the jury a few moments to get off the floor. They're printing you the statement. They're printing you a draft. Still be a draft. Yeah. All right. We can use what's the restate
All right, they are in recess. So day 8. We have day 8. Day 8 tomorrow. Day 8 tomorrow. All right. If you guys want to hang out, I want to do a little experiment. Let's go through the evidence. If you guys are willing to hang out, we can do it today or we can do it tomorrow during jury. Let's see here. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just answering a question. All right. All right, you guys are going to hang out? Everything's going to happen tomorrow. All right. We can also do this tomorrow too, but I'm going to end our poll for now. End our poll for now. And I wanted to do an experiment. We've never done this before. And I was thinking about this because we're pretty divided. Or let me just put it this way. There's some strong opinions on both sides. And we've had strong opinions before. But so initially when I asked, has the hold on a sec. Where was that? Has the state met their burden? It was 54% yes, Taylor is guilty. 46% said no, Taylor is not guilty. So that was 54 guilty, 46 not. 54 guilty. Now, where do you stand? 82% are saying he's guilty, 18% are saying not guilty. So we went from 54 to 82%. All right. Yes, I just compared them 54% to 82. We went from 54% guilty to 82% guilty in 2 days. All right. So let's go through and let's follow the evidence because there's a lot going on here, and even I'm confused. I'm confused as well. Excuse me. All right. Let's talk with how did Jade die? Let's just start there. Let me start a new thing. How did Jade die? What do we know? What do we know? How did Jade die? All right. How did Jade die? All right, she passed due to acute toxicity. So that is in evidence. Acute toxicity. Do we all agree on that? First of all, let's see if we can all agree on that. We're going to label this facts. I'm going to label this facts. Do we all agree? How did Jade die? Acute toxicity. Acute C toxicity. All right. Do we all agree on that? Let's see, what else? Well, specifically, not just OD, it was acute C toxicity. That is in evidence. That is in evidence. That is factual. Was there fentanyl found in her body? Oh, wait. All right, was there, okay, fact, all right. Acute, okay, everybody's saying yes to acute C toxicity. All right, was there F found in her body? All right, there was evidence of it, but not prior to the hospital. Now, here's where it gets dicey. Here's where it gets dicey. Because it was found on the comforter. Let's go to the comforter. Now let's find facts. All right. Biological stain. So there was cocoethylene present. So this is where this cocoethylene was present. Wait, was it on the comforter? Comforter is a red herring. I agree, but that's what the defense is hanging a lot on that. So they found meth and THC on the comforter. So we got to put that in there. That was according to Dr. Janice Lindsay. So let's just put that in there. But those are false positives. So we can say those are false positives. So I'm not going to include that. Let's not include that. I'm trying to find what was the percentage of fentanyl found. I think it was in the blank. It wasn't found in the vomit, was it? All I can find is the cocoethylene. I don't think it was in the vomit. It was in the so let's see. All right, so we know it was not in the vomit. It was the cocoethylene was found in the vomit. It was the fentanyl was found in the test patch. It was found in the test patch. All right. Detected. So here I can shut this and shut that off. Here we'll come over here. All right. Dr. Carrie Midthune. So she definitely, fentanyl was definitely found in her system, 4.1. But that was collected at 217. This was February 26th. So this was afterwards, and we know that the hospital administered it. Now we know that they administered it. Detected C, but no fent. So that's... All right, let's go with comforter. It's 4 nanograms per milliliter, Mike. In comparison, the C was 78 nanograms per milliliter. So they think that the control fabric also showed fent. So that's why I think that's why we can rule out the comforter. All right. So that's I want to I just want to do this. The control fabric, where was that? I just saw it. Control fabric showed slight results. Now, all right. The control fabric showed slight results. All right, so let's just keep going on. All right, so we've got, she definitely passed away due to acute C toxicity. All right, let's go now towards let's look at the timeline. Let's look at this timeline. Where do I have the timeline? I think I have it over here. Is it over here? Yeah, I have it here. Is this the timeline? All right, hold on. All right, here's the timeline. I think this timeline is pretty important. All right, let's look at this timeline. So Nigea comes over at 7:30. All right, so 7:30. All right, she leaves at 8. Then at 9:10, all right, so 9:10, so this is your timeline. 9:10 is the last photo. And then that's when then she calls and Jade calls. At 9:29, Jade calls. All right, so there's your hour and a half. So that's your hour and a half of between Nigella leaving at 8 o'clock and Jade calling saying, I don't feel well. So if Nigella and or Keontae put anything in her drink, it would have affected her well before an hour and a half. Now, if Blaise put something in her drink at 9:12 or 9:15, that's only, 15 minutes or so. So I would think that would happen. To me, that makes more sense that he would have put something in her drink because it would have acted faster. Now let me go back to some testimony about how long it takes. I think C is much more faster acting than I think we can rule out that she did this to herself. Now, was it accidental? Could she have gone into the... See, now here's the other thing is that Blaise never once said she was doing substances. He never once said, oh, I saw her do this, I saw her do that. That's a big thing. I'm going to put that in. Blaise never said that. Okay, facts are Blaise didn't testify, but says allergic reaction. All right, that's a fact. He kept saying allergic reaction, allergic reaction. He never once said she was doing drugs. He never once said, I saw her go into the bathroom and she came out and all of a sudden she started acting weird. Right? So he never once said that. So if she had, well, we all know that it wasn't, she didn't take it, she didn't snort it. I think that's pretty well established. Even the defense team said that she didn't. You would have seen signs of that. So it seems like, I think it was by liquid. I think that's been established because even the defense team today said you would have seen that amount. It would have been like, what did she say, 8 to 12 8 balls, or no, 4 to 12 8 balls. It would have been an elephant's amount of powder if she had done that. Blaise would have known that. Blaise would have seen her coming back. She would have been sniffing and doing all this and tweaking out. So we know it was by liquid. So that means if we go the route of her doing it, there's no indication that she was doing this because of her pregnancy. By all accounts, friends, family, and OBGYN, they all say she was pretty much clean. There was no THC in her system, right? There's no THC in her system here. That's another fact. Where can I put that in there? All right. No THC found. No THC in her system. No BAC. No THC, no BAC. So what else? Can we submit our list to the jury? Sure. I hope this is what they do. I hope there's like a chemist, a biologist, a medical professional, veterinarian, a doctor, a nurse, somebody, a toxicologist. Can you imagine if on the jury there's like a chemist that's on the jury? So we know she passed away from acute toxicity. We know it was by a liquid. We know that she was alone with Blaise for 90 minutes. Alone with Blaise for 90 minutes. No THC. No BAC. What else? Comforter. C was detected, but no fent, other than on the. Blaise says an allergic reaction. Blaise never once says, I think she did drugs. He never once said, oh my God, I think she came out and she was like doing this with her nose and she was like, he never once says that. And we know that it did not go up her nose. I think so too, Mike. I think so too. All right, this is what I have so far. Oh, sorry, I meant to pull Sherry. I don't think the defense would have agreed if a chemist on the panel. That's true. Yeah, I think it's pretty fast acting. Well, let's look it up. How quickly does liquid cocaine work? Oh, my search histories are toast. National Helpline for Mental Health. All right. It can be different. Let's see. All right. Smoking right away, injecting 15 to 30 seconds, snorting 3 to 5 minutes. Now, how about liquid? How about liquid? Oh, they have it in a hospital? No, they have liquid in hospitals. I'm pretty sure there was testimony to this. I can't find liquid. I'm pretty sure there was testimony about this. I think it was that Dr. What was his name? Kratolsky. Let me look up his testimony. Because right now we've got, she passed due to acute toxicity. It was by a liquid. She was alone with Blaise for 90 minutes. No THC in her system. No BAC. Comforter had C in it, but no fentanyl. But it was found in the that's but no I guess it was low amounts. Let's see here. I think the cocoethylene also they kept going on and on about that. But I want to find out, how long does it take? How long did he say? I don't know if he was able to say that. All right. So liquid C will work faster than a capsule. So he doesn't really say. He says 910 to 950 would be consistent with Jade taking it and feeling the effects. Okay, 10 to 30 seconds for full effect. Oral swallowing, 10 to 30 minutes to pass through the digestive system. Okay, thank you for that, Mike. So 10 to 30 minutes. So that's why Dr. Kwatolski was saying 910 to 950 would fit into that time frame. Debbie, I think he put camera in bedroom so nobody saw him put it in her drink. Yeah, let's add that to the mix. Camera was moved. Camera was moved from kitchen to the bedroom. She had no known allergies. No known allergies. What else? I wish you guys could see me typing. Yeah, Regina, they sent him home. Closings are tomorrow as well as jury instructions. So they went home for the day. All right, so what else do we know? What are some other facts? Malka says, not hard to find what he needed here in Nashville, especially with Titan's job. C is too often laced with F and you don't know. They said that. But the fent that was found in her body, I think we're pretty solid that came after the hospital. I think we're pretty solid that was after the hospital. And the blinds were up. Yep, the blinds were half up. That is true. Yeah, Regina, definitely is worth it. If you didn't see today, it's definitely worth it. Again, there were fireworks, and it was good. Witnesses were getting yelled at. The judge was yelling at the witnesses, or the witness, I should say. Malka, did he erase any video on the camera? There was testimony to that. The mom testified to that, saying that she has the blink camera as well, and I'm pretty sure she said that it gets erased after a certain period of time, like after 24 hours or something like that. And I'm not sure if I don't know if he had access to it. I don't think he had access to it, so I don't think he would be able to, because I think it goes to a cloud. I think she had the cloud, Yeah, mom definitely said that. Mom definitely testified to that. All right, what else? Glass was washed. Now, it was washed, but that could have been washed by Nigea. I'll put that down, but that one's a question for me, because that actually, before I do that, the crime scene was contaminated. I will absolutely agree to that. Crime scene was contaminated. Although it wasn't a crime scene at that time because they released it. So the DV unit released the apartment. Friends and family go in. Well, actually, it was just friends. It wasn't family member. Friends go into apartment. I have a problem with that. and then the glass was washed. So we don't know for sure who washed that glass. That's a big one. We don't know for sure who washed that glass. I still don't think there's enough evidence that says that Nigea did this, and I think her intentions were for her friend. Now, whether or not you believe that they were pure or not, that's up for debate. That's definitely up for debate. I wish they had not gone into that apartment, but that glass was washed. But that could have been. I'm going to say that's a question mark because could have been by who knows who washed it. Who knows who washed it? We'll put that under who knows who washed it. If it wasn't a crime scene, then why would she wash it? Yeah, that's a great question. Who washed it? We don't know who washed it. That's the thing. We don't know who washed it. Sharon, doesn't matter. He got rid of everything. Auntie Ree says, Nigea said it wasn't the glass she has when she saw it her earlier. Okay. It was not a crime scene. Huge point, not contaminated. Well, yes and no. Yes and no, because there were two witnesses that said that the DV unit should not have released it. And the one patrol sergeant testified that they should not. She testified on the defense side that she told them explicitly not to go in. So they did not listen to law enforcement. That is an issue. And that could be the point that hangs this jury. That could be the point where the jury's like, no, they went in. Whether it was a crime scene or not, I guess that's a technicality. Because there are people, law enforcement, saying that they should not have gone in there. So that could be what hangs this jury up, because there's people in our chat that are saying no, that anything taken from that apartment means nothing to me because it was contaminated. And I can understand that. So that's a point of contention. That's definitely a point of contention. Let's see what the jury what they think about that. Blaise was never alone afterwards. Let's see. Blaise was never alone afterwards. Blaise was never alone afterwards. I don't quite understand that, Heidi. Just because someone says something doesn't make it true. That is absolutely true. Well, that's why we have to. That's why, as triers of fact, you have to look at you have to take the, not the veracity, but you have to look at the, whether you believe the believability. You have to believe the believability of the witness. Maybe he took the glass. Legal thought says, law says, he could have washed it. He was there for a while. He could have, but now we're speculating. I want to just stick with facts. I just want to stick with facts. I don't want to go into this. I want to just look at pros and cons. Let's look at facts. Let's not speculate. I mean, it's fun to speculate, and we've been doing that all trial. But let's try and stick with the facts. We know she passed away from acute toxicity. We know it was by a liquid. We know Blaise was there with her for 90 minutes. We know there was no THC, no BAC. We know that Blaise said she had an allergic reaction. We know the camera was moved from the kitchen to the bedroom. She has no known allergies. She's a chef. We might as well add that. She's a chef. Jade was a chef. And by that I mean she knew if she had an allergy or not. I mean, she would have. I'm pretty sure, being a chef, you know if you have an allergy or not, because generally you taste a lot of different things. He told his girlfriend everything would be okay the day before she passed away. He told his girlfriend. Did he? He told his girlfriend. Not quite sure I understand. Thank you. Credibility. Yes. Thank you. That's it. Credibility. Yes. You have to judge the credibility. Thank you for that. Karen, they moved and removed items from the apartment. Strange. I agree. That's going to be a huge point of contention, I think. It's a point of contention in our chat. I'm thinking it's going to be a point of contention in the jury when they deliberate, because that's a very valid point. How can you trust anything that comes out of that apartment? And if that's the case, then the defense shouldn't be hanging their hat on this cocoethylene that was found on the comforter. In other words, you can't have it both ways. Like the defense is saying, oh, cocoethylene was found in this comforter, but these people came into the apartment, so we can't rely on anything that comes out of that apartment. See what I'm saying? So that cuts both ways. That's, defense is using that as both a shield and a sword. They're saying, oh, there's cocoethylene on the comforter. That means she was drinking alcohol and fentanyl was discovered. Well, no, but those people went into the apartment, so we can't rely on anything that comes out of that apartment. You see what I'm saying? So that cuts both ways. So maybe we should just throw that out and again, just, I don't know. Yeah, don't look at evidence from the apartment. But do you see what I'm saying? The defense was hanging their testimony, like testimony after testimony was like cocoethylene on the comforter. So which is it? Are you saying trust the evidence from the comforter, or don't trust the evidence from the comforter because it was tainted and contaminated? That's exactly what is keeping me from guilty. We know how she died. Mama of a medic says we have to prove who did it. Yeah, absolutely. That's that's where we are. That is where we are. You can't have it both ways. The comforter should be ignored. Yeah, Jadzia Dax, welcome in. And yeah, I think we have to throw that out. I think we have to throw that out because you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. And it seemed to me, and I could be wrong, but it seemed to me the defense was using that more than the state was. The state was like saying, no, don't worry about it. And the defense was like, oh, cocoethylene. How many times did we hear that word? That's the first time I ever heard that word. They were all over cocoethylene. Debbie, nobody who ate the food got sick. That's true. We can put that down. No one else got sick. No one else got sick from the food. That's true. That's a fact. If you trust both Keontae and Nigea, again, you have to trust their testimony. They said nobody got sick. Horse welfare. All I need is the timeline, text and phone data, pharmacokinetics, to get to G, to get to guilty. Trust the evidence from Jade's body. Iowa says, Blaise was the only one with her. Do you think 911 would have been called if she hadn't gotten a hold of her friends? Don't know. That's a tough one. That's now we're in speculation land. Who knows? We don't know. We just don't know. Pammy, she painted a bright cherry painting. He painted a black hole. I don't hold too much weight to that because, I don't hold too much weight to that, Pammy. What I do hold weight was that he said Nigea that it was like, or was it Keontae? He said somebody who was saying it was dark. It was dark. He was going downhill. What was it? He was going to paint a black hole. Yeah, it was Nigea that said this. And again, you have to trust what Nigea was saying. He says, "I'm going to call it midnight. The further you look, the deeper you go." Yeah, maybe he's just a dark guy. I don't know. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna put too much weight in that. I'm not gonna because that's subjective. I want to stick to just the facts. That's what this exercise is about, and we can continue this over Verdict Watch too, because I'm going to watch a bunch of. We'll watch a lot of testimony. In a way, I kind of hope they deliberate for a couple days because I want to rewatch all this testimony. Debbie, police found no evidence of in the apartment. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But then that could go back to. I'll put that down, but that could go back to Nigea removed. But we'll put that down. We'll put that down. That is true. That is a fact, even though it could have been removed. that it could have been removed. Sharon, you think it's dark for a happy occasion? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put too much weight on that because he could have just been an emo guy. That just could have been his personality. I'm not going to put too much effort or too much on that. And you can see his picture in the thumbnail right there. That's the picture. So I'm not going to put too much weight on that. I want to stick more with facts versus people's impressions. Let's stick more with facts than people's impressions. What else? We do know, all right, so let's go now on the other side. We do know that Jade did, let's see, what else? Well, wait, hold on. Let's go with Apple's testimony. Apple and Xavier. We do know that Blaise asked Apple, well, this is her testimony. Is this a fact? This is testimony. This gets into somebody's credibility versus an actual test. I mean, I'll put it down, but I'm not going to put much weight in it. BT asked for abortion pill. I mean, that goes to credibility. I want more like hard numbers, hard facts. That goes to somebody's credibility. If you believe in Apple, then that's pretty damning for Blaise. If you think that she had an axe to grind, which I don't think she did, but anyway, I'm trying to find like toxicology. There was this happened. We know that. See what else. Jenny Lynn, I know if I ever uttered that I couldn't feel my legs and I was pregnant, you bet my husband is picking my behind up and rushing me to the ER. All right, what else? I have a feeling I'm going to be playing a lot of the toxicology testimony over the course of the next day or two. Once we get into verdict watch, I'm going to be watching a lot of testimony. Because witness credibility is one thing, and listening to their testimony, I'm more interested in because I was running a lot of errands on Saturday, so I missed a lot of stuff. I was listening in the car, but I want to go back and listen to some of the toxicology testimony, because I think that's where it's going to lie for me. Yes, Kaylee, jury will decide how much weight they give to the witnesses, of course, as always. Terry says Blaise went on about his life with girlfriend while the mother of his child was passing away. Yeah, that's a little. I mean, we can put that down. BT continued on as if nothing really bad was going on. I mean, that's a ding. I agree. That is a ding. Yeah. Oh, he Okay, so let's go in his camp. So these would be pro. If you're pro Blaise, he bought. Let's do con and pro. So con against him, we've been doing, and now let's do some pros. He bought a subscription for diapers. Bought subscription for diapers. January 10th. All right, what are some other cons? For those that are in Blaise's camp, Team Blaise, give me some pros. Give me some pros. Think the diaper service was a lie? I thought that was proven. Sharon, I thought they proved that. Wasn't that facts? I thought they proved that. Debbie, she had baby stuff. The pictures of her ultrasound, all the pictures her mom sent. You don't do this stuff and put a baby in harm's way. I agree. I agree. No, it wasn't. We never saw a DNA test. That's the thing. We never saw a DNA test. That's a bummer. I really wish we had seen a DNA test. There was no DNA test done. I don't know why, but there was no DNA test. There was no DNA testing, which stinks. I'm really sorry. I'm real bummed about that. All right, let's. What are some pros? Those that are on Blaise's side. What? Give me some pros. Give me some things. There's no evidence he acquired it. I thought that he did. I thought that. All right, I'll put a question mark next to that. Called his dad before. All right, we can put that down. Called dad before calling 911. And his dad said call 911. It was his dad that told him to call 911. He never went to a doctor's appointment with her. Yeah, but aren't there like married men that don't go to a doctor's appointment with their wives? Isn't that? I mean, yes, that sucks. That's terrible. But I have a feeling there's probably a lot of husbands that don't go to that they don't go to their wife's appointments. Jadziadak says, doesn't matter whether Ivy was his baby. All that matters is whether he believed Ivy was his. Sure, that's true. I still wish there had been a paternity test. I do wish that. He has money. Is that a pro? I'm sure she was thinking that. I mean, I'm not saying this to be mean, but I'm saying I'm sure Jade was thinking, hey, I'm going to have help financially with this child. I mean, I think everybody does. I know I would be. I know I would be thinking that. I'd be like, well, you do have an income. You do work, so you can help me with with stuff. I don't think that's that terrible to think. Some may say that's terrible. I don't know. I don't think that's that big of a deal. There's no evidence that he acquired. That's good. Yep. No, that's a good one. That's a good one. Brown-eyed girl. We'll put that under as pro. That is a pro. No evidence he bought. That is true. We'll give him that. Not like Corey. Again, compare this to Corey. Let's do that experiment and compare it to Corey Richens. Corey Richens, she was just guilty all over the place because they had evidence. So that's a big one. There is no evidence that he bought. That is true. We'll put that down for him. What else? Missy, hey, yeah, they've sent them home because they don't want to. They still have to do closing arguments and then jury instructions, and they didn't want the jury to start deliberating at 5:00, so they sent them home. Linda, your husband never went. Yeah, see there. That's why I'm like, yeah. Let's see. She asked him to go. She did. She did ask him. Why didn't he call 911 first? I don't know. Maybe he was freaking out. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? All right, let's see. Canadian Crime Watcher, they went home for the day. Here, let me get closer to... Yeah, we heard 15 toxicology reports, all different. I know. Let's see. Jenny Lynn, attempt at manipulation, talking negative about becoming a mother. Yeah, no closing arguments will be tomorrow. Who would have a motive to hurt Jade, not Jade? Well, we've already established he had the motive and he had the means. We'll put that in there. BT had a motive. He definitely had a motive. And he had the means. I'm sorry, had the opportunity. He did not have the means. I'll put that under, that kind of goes with no evidence he bought. So I'll say no means. No apparent means. No apparent means. Maybe he just wanted to delete the baby, not her. That's a theory. That's what you guys are saying. Debbie, that's... Jadzia Dak says, money makes it less likely he'd be bothered about having to pay Jade's child support. He was more bothered about the specter of a child wanting to get to know him later. Interesting. Kathleen, that's a big one. Which is a big one? I know I'm probably behind you a little bit. Absolute zero evidence he gave her the drink. We can put that down. Zero evidence. Zero evidence he gave her the drink. Or the C as well. We could add that. You're right, there is absolutely no evidence. There's no direct evidence that he did that. There's no direct evidence. There's no direct evidence. Let's see. AWOL says he never had plans to go over there that night. Jade asked him over, so he had a vial for a rainy day. Legal thought. The only person present in 30 minutes of her passing away is Blaise. That's true. I always, we see this time and time again in trials. The last person to see you alive is the prime suspect. I mean, we see that over and over and over again. Renee, I honestly think because of what happened with the other women and Jade was steadfast on keeping her baby, he panicked, and this is the results. Jade said she didn't want help from him, didn't she? Yeah, no, she did. Yeah, she said she didn't want him to help. She said she was going to raise this baby no matter what. She said she was going to raise this baby no matter what, whether you're a part of my life or not. But then they got to talking again, and they kind of. Did he want his parents to know she was pregnant? I don't think we know that. We know that he didn't want, we can put that as a con. BT didn't want Jade posting. We do know that. Although, because she never posted on social media and she blamed it on him. Let's see here. Jadzia Dex, if not him, then who, though? If she'd taken it herself, there'd have been some evidence of prior use, and there's none. Well, that's where it becomes process of elimination. Then it becomes process of elimination. If she didn't do it, then who did it? And you can ask yourself that of every trial we watched. If that person didn't do it themselves, then who did it? Now, obviously, in some trials, Charles Jones, Julio Fulio, it's pretty obvious. But there's other trials where it's like, Crystal Rosh, Saria Hildebrand. If they didn't do it, if they didn't, take out their own lives, then who did it? So that is process of elimination. Linda says, Nigea wanted to move in and raise Ivy with Jade. That is true. Does that fall in? That doesn't fall in positive or negative, right? That doesn't really fall in. He's good at gaslighting. Let's see. Jed Ziadax, he did tell his parents he didn't want the other girl to find out. Heidi, remember that before the friends didn't think about this as a crime. It just happened. Jenny Lynn, the reason his phone data is missing is because it holds the smoking. Zero evidence in Jade's data that she did or if her friends asked her to. Linda, why would he let Jade call her friends if he did it? He wouldn't let her call anyone. Oh, you mean after? Yeah. All right, we can. That's not a fact, but we can put that down in his. We'll put that down as pro. You're saying he let Jade call. We can put that down in his benefit. We'll put that down in his benefit. We'll put that down. It's not a fact. Well, we don't know that he let her. We don't know that he let her, but she did call her friend. So we'll put that down. You know what? I'm not going to say let. I'm going to take out let. I'm just going to say Jade called. Because if he didn't want her to call, well, then we have to. If we're going to do that, then on the other side of the ledger, we have to say he hindered. EMTs. So we'll have to, she did call Nigea, but then he hindered the EMTs. Yeah, we're kind of doing pros and cons. We're doing pros and cons. In the pro column, he stayed at the apartment instead of leaving, and he called 911. That's true, and he talked to law enforcement. We'll give him that. He didn't run. Stayed in apartment. Called 911. Talked to law enforcement at the hospital. These are all pros. Yep, these are all pros. No question. Those are facts. Those are facts. Those I can, and that's not somebody speculating or somebody going off of somebody's testimony. Those are facts. So we can definitely put that down for sure. He stayed in the apartment. He called 911. He talked to law enforcement at the hospital. Now, to a negative, he did move to Utah. Is that a negative, though? I don't know. He didn't give 911 an address. He kind of did, right? He wasn't quite sure. They did get there pretty quickly, though. I hear what you're saying, Purple Daisy, but he had only been there once. He wasn't quite sure. He had only been there once before, I think. I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna pass on that because 911 did get there pretty quickly. It's not like, oh my God, what were those poor officers in Detroit, where their friends were driving around trying to find them. It wasn't something like that. I mean, 911 did show up pretty quickly. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna say he didn't. He did say it was a Lebanon Palace or what? Oh wow, that's enlightening. You're gonna hear that in a second. Did you hear that? That was a big one. His cell phone is gone. That is true. That is facts. Cell phone is gone. That is true. Legal thoughts. It was actually his dad. It was his dad. His dad told him to call 911. It was his dad that said that. I don't think it was Nigea that said it. Or maybe she did, but it was his dad that said it. He said he talked to his dad. He told his dad what was going on. His dad said, call 911. I wish Emmy took, Debbie says, I wish Emmy took blood from the baby to test for who's, yeah. How exactly did he hinder? They said they had to grab and go. So they said that they were trying to get to Jade, and he was just kind of getting in their way, and he was trying to move her body and flip her over, and he was just in their way versus stepping 10 feet away or 5 feet away, and not. He was just in their way. He was hindering them. He was physically between them and Jade's body. See, Jenny Lynn says, Jade was planning on going public with her pregnancy on her birthday. That's true. That is true. Don't you do paternity after birth regarding child support? Probably. I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. Did you guys hear it? Yeah. 20 minutes? No, I don't. Let's see. How quick was it? So he called 911 at 9:38. 9:38 he calls. Okay, let me put that down. 9:38. Called 9. Oh, that's in my, hold on, that's my timeline. I think that's in my timeline here. Okay, 9:38 he called. Okay, hold on. All right, calls 911 at 9:38. They arrived, I think, at 9. I think he said he heard them. Hold on a sec. I know this. Let me try and find it. When did they show up? When did they show up? I think they were there pretty quickly. He said he heard them at like 9:50 or something like that. Let's see, Marisol. Why am I not seeing it? I know I have a time. I know I have a time. $9:50 the EMT arrives. 9:50. All right, so he calls them at 9:38 and they arrive at 9:50. So they arrived at 9:50. All right. Oh, 9:4. Oh, I did have that in there. Shoot. Is this old? Hold on a sec. Let me take a new screenshot. All right, so that's okay. That answered that question. Let me post this for you guys. So they did arrive pretty quickly. At least I think they did. Hold on. Oh, is it under? Oh, hold on. It might be here. Okay, there it is. 9:48. Okay. Here I have it 9:50. All right. So it called at 9:38 and they arrive at 9:50. Well, 9:48 they arrived. So they got up to the apartment. So that's only 10 minutes. So that's 10 minutes. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. All right, what else? All right, what else? I know we'll find more. We'll continue this tomorrow. What other evidence do we have? What other solid evidence? What other solid evidence? Renee, I believe giving the evidence of the two other women he got pregnant. Oh, I believe given the evidence of the other two women he got pregnant, he was willing to make her lose her baby, and Jade was stern on keeping her baby. He panicked. Kaylee, how long was she breathing without breathing in a pulse? Well, from probably the time he called his dad. Well, remember she didn't have a pulse when they got there, when the EMTs got there. So she could have been without a pulse. She could have been not breathing for 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. You know, so. Terry says, didn't Blaise call 911 after Nigella? Sorry. talked to him on the phone. He said, "I'm about to call 911." Did he call? See, there's some discrepancy because he said that's when he was talking to 911. There was a discrepancy when he was talking to 911. Well, let's get to Nigeria. We're going to have to watch like a bunch of testimony. When they're in jury selection, we're going to have to rewatch like all this testimony because there's just so much. All right. There's so much. All right. Let's review her testimony. So he answered the phone. He says he's going to call 911. So yes, so Nigella calls him. Then she calls again and says he didn't want to FaceTime. He says he's going to call 911. So she didn't say call 911. He says I'm going to call 911. So he said he was going to call 911. So he said he was going. So, Nigella calls him because Jade calls Nigella. Then she texts and she calls back and she's like, "What the heck's going on?" And he, in the meantime, is calling his dad. So Nigella doesn't say call 911, and this is Nigella's testimony. She doesn't say call 911. He says Blaise says he's going to call 911. What did I say? Jury selection? What? Honey Badger, does anyone know why his dad wasn't called to testify about the phone call? I do not. I do not. He was never linked, but she was. I don't think she was obviously a dealer. I don't think so. I think she was more of a go-between. I don't think she was dealing. I think she was a go-between. Oh, I said jury selection? I don't know. Wow, it's really pouring here. See how dark it got? It's pouring here again. Don't forget the testimony of the ex. We did. I didn't. I'm sorry, I did not. I do have that down as Apple. I have that down. I did put Apple and Xavier. I do have that down in the con. So right now, okay, this is what I have right now. We can add to this tomorrow. We will add to this tomorrow as we. But this is what I have so far. Let's see here. Do you hear it? Yeah. Here, this is what we're getting right now. I don't know if you can really see it or not, but at least it's not windy. A little lightning for you. But that's what's going on right now. There's some thunder. All right, so I have how did Jade die, but it should be these are pros and cons. All right, so right now this is what we have, and we can add to this. So think about it overnight. And facts, just come back with facts. We want to add facts. So this is what we have. Jade passed due to acute toxicity. It was by a liquid. She was alone with Blaise for 90 minutes. No THC, no BAC was found. The comforter had C and Fent, but was in the test section. Blaise says it was an allergic reaction. Camera was moved from kitchen to bedroom. Jade had no known allergies. Jade was a chef. The DV unit released the apartment. Friends go into the apartment. Those should actually be pro. Those should be pro. Let me switch those over. I think those should, right? Should those be pro? I'm going to say those are, I'm going to put those on his side. I'll put those on his side. Glass was washed. Who knows who washed it? That, again, that's, I want to stick with facts. No one else got sick from the food. There were no no substances found in the apartment. We have Apple and Xavier, who are the ex-girlfriends. BT asked for the abortion pill. BT continued on as if nothing was going on. He called Dad before calling 911. He had motive and opportunity. He didn't want Jade posting on social media. I gotta change that. Get rid of on. He hindered EMT. The cell phone is gone. So some of those are facts. Others are kind of not so factual. You have to realize. So I'll separate that out. We'll have time. I have a feeling this jury is going to be deliberating for a while. So now pro Blaise, he bought a subscription for diapers, even though you guys say that wasn't valid, but I thought it was. But no evidence that he bought. He has no apparent means. Zero evidence he gave her the drink or the substance. Jade called Nigea. He stayed in the apartment. He called 911, and then he talked to law enforcement at the hospital. So. Jenny Lynn, how much time lapsed between his dad saying to call him and telling her best friend that he's about to call? Very quickly. Very quickly. He says, let's see. He called his dad at 9:38. We still have power. He said he called his dad at 9:38. Called his dad at 9:38, and then at 9:49, then he called 911. So, she called back at 9:47, so it was 10 minutes. It was 10 minutes. And then within 2 minutes, EMS arrived. So he did call 911 pretty quickly. He did call 911 pretty quickly. Oh, I said jury selection. Okay. I meant deliberations. During deliberations, I said jury selection. Okay. Gotcha. I meant during deliberations. Yes. All right. I think he was freaking out. He called his dad and said she's passed, or she's like vomiting and passed out, and what should I do? And his dad's like, call 911. His dad was the one that told him call 911. All right. I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I think we're gonna wrap it up. So this was a good day. This was a good day for everybody. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, we'll go on at 9:45. They start at 9 o'clock local time. We'll go on at 10 o'clock our time, or 9:45, I should say. So thank you guys. Think about it overnight. Think about facts. Let's do facts. Let's continue on with this, and let's just do facts. And we'll go through some testimony while we're in deliberations, not jury selection, deliberations. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. Really appreciate that. Grampy, if you're watching, got your girl over there. She's all chill. Super Bowl. There's a little Super Bowl over there. So thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you guys spending your day with us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And we will see you tomorrow at 9:45 Eastern. Have a good night. Be well. And we will see you guys then. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye.